Just pop up. Okay, there you are.
Gratitude. Salam alaikum with magic. And salutations to all. Welcome to the Emperor's Vibe. Do y'all feel the energy? For 29/8/2023. I am Donawar Ami Sheps Ray, your host for this live super full blue moon reading series celebration. The moderator is Karidu Ray. And we begin with the reading of our pledge. Begin all acts, breathing and thinking by saying Kalum / all by way of the infinity flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, by way of a universal traveler, dweller - emperor, ; Sam Hu Amini - Ray, quote, Ade Lo Yi, end quote, Zen Uru, ; smiley face. The pledge of the Imperial and Imperial Royal flags for the Imperial CMYE-IRK, all caps, Republic for the country of United States s, ; as I stand beneath our sacred Imperial and Imperial Royal flags. I vow loyalty and obedience as I watch them fly to the imperial laws of our Imperial and Imperial Constitution that governs our Imperial and Imperial Royal Empire. To this cause, I hold my head up high. With honor, I pledge to protect and defend all within the Imperial and Imperial Royal Kingdom, both family and friend, to ensure that all have their equal rights. To this cause, I will lay down my very life as I stand beneath our sacred Imperial and Imperial Royal and national flags. I vow loyalty, sincerity, and integrity with zeal, ; as I will so mote it be. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Ashe. So be it. So it is. It definitely shall be. Quote, Zen Uru, end quote, and power we shall have. Thank you. Eesh, ; know thyself, smiley face. And now, I have the honor, the privilege, and the pleasure to present to you the universal traveler dweller, the absolute royal sovereign, his - imperial - majesty, emperor, Sam Hu Amini - Ray, quote, Ade Lo Yi, end quote. Salam. Salam alaikum with magic, Emperor.
Salam alaikum magic. Everybody all right?
Good.
Yes.
I'm sure.
Yes.
I'm sure.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Doing well. We're better today.
I'm showing my other side right now. You see my smiley face?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let y'all see that side right now, all right?
Yes.
Yes. Gratitude.
I'll light up in a minute.
Gratitude.
All right, I yield.
I would like to acknowledge her Imperial Royal Princess, Huhaika Samson - L. Salam alaikum with magic, Her dash Imperial Royal Princess.
Salam alaikum magic.
Salam alaikum
Salam
with
alaikum,
magic.
magic.
Salam alaikum.
Princess.
Magic.
Salam
Royal
alaikum
Princess.
magic.
With
Salam
magic.
alaikum magic.
With magic.
Salam alaikum magic, Princess.
Salam alaikum magic.
All right, cool. Thanks for being your presence. I hear.
Gratitude. On behalf of the Imperial CMYE-IRK, all caps, Republic, quote, the oldest independent autonomous autothon nation on earth, end quote. I/we welcome and thank you all for attending this live super full Blue Moon reading series. Tonight, we will continue to reflect on the fulfillment of the 70+7-week prophecy of H.E.M, all caps, '(S) journey, as well as celebrate Crown Day, H.E.M, all caps, '(S), arrival to his seat and solar return, parentheses, quote, third 58, end quote, close parentheses, period. During our scheduled reading, the shadow of the, quote, 70+7-week timeline, end quote, there will be brief pauses between months to allow question and answers. We ask that you keep your mics muted, videos off, and accolades, comments, concerns, or questions reserved until such time. Therefore, the following house rules shall be implemented. We ask that you speak clearly, respectfully when addressing His Imperial Majesty, full colon. Next, for those logging into Zoom, we ask that you use the raised hand feature and wait for the host or moderator to call your appellation, parentheses, your name, close parentheses, period. Next bullet point. Please limit your questions to a maximum of 2, parentheses 2, and focus on the subject at hand. To limit any confusion and allow others to present their questions. Next bullet point. Please state your appellation, parentheses name, close parentheses, clearly before asking your question. So, thank you for your attention and cooperation. Now we will move into our slides. Go back one, please. One more. Starting with the Imperial CMYE-IRK, all caps, Republic, for the country of United States, small s. Next slide.
There's no questions for that?
We do have one.
All right, come on.
What is the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s?
It's the oldest independent autonomous autochthon nation on earth. Now, let's explain that, okay? When you look at our story, well, our story has sovereignty, treaty rights, full faith and credit, venue, constitutional privileges, which some claim as white privileges, Westphalian sovereignty, territorial sovereignty. The sovereign got Jumedia status all around. So when you go look at our story, my journey, the sovereign, carried me through the Empire Washita done the money on the Empress Veriasi, which became the United Washita done the money upon the sovereign state that I'm part of, being created 20 March 2003. So all of that jurisdiction of the indigenous Washita Nation, that's part of the oldest independent autonomous nation, well, that's under my now. Okay.
Gratitude.
So under the, that's under the E. Under the I, well, that go by the Alvarado. And I'm the one and only one who came and raised your predecessor's flag, which was the Emperor of Morocco. So I picked it up. I go back to when he placed the seal, 1786. I pick up all them rights based on the contract that we had established, and my sovereignty being under the jurisdiction of the United Washita Dundamanya as Chief Maiku Kufu Ranu Z Samsonel, quote, Thunderbird. Thunderfire, rather. My bad. You must be thinking about it. All right, Thunderfire. And then been under my own sovereign state, Yamasee Native American government, via minor effect embassy as Naya, Nayya, Kufu Ranu Z Samsonel, also Thunderfire on later paperwork. As not just Yamasee Native American, but also a Yamasee Native American Muir. I own it. So under them two venues, which was never supposed to be put together or come together, I formed, once the time expired on the seats of them two states, I formed into a government. Pure CMYE government for a pure CMYE government at the time. So once I establish or systematize it with the Constitution in 213 that I sent out to the proper authorities, it had to sit for a year. Once it's set for a year, that's why you go read our story. I tell you that then President, all of them to fight though. So then President Obama met the Pope on the 27th March 14, and then the Queen Elizabeth met the Pope on 3 April next month 14. So that let you know whatever those who know at that level. You had established officially your constitution, and it's the Constitution of the land. So you're imperial constitutional monarch. So that makes you own the four. You own everything. But you had to go formulate it. So I had, when I started 207, I create CMYE. Country. Because we already had a state. Yamasee government. But we had to wait because that authority was granted for 10 years. So Chief Black Eagle had 10 years to move the state. So when he didn't get full disclosure, not from our side of the camp, from his side of the camp. So he advocated his seat. When Crown Prince Ramsey Abel Bey went to the other side, where he had docked all of that jurisdiction under the sovereign state. That's why he knew. That's why he nationalized me as Chief Maku. They got own the damn state. Because I'm a brother's keeper. And he knew I saved the land and returned back to the family once property there. They got no problem. I got my own stuff. You feel me? So that's by that sovereignty, so that you got a properly formed republic. So in that journey, make long story short, civil orders came out in referencing the Vatican to the United States, and certain things was put in there that just didn't need to be in there because there was no need of you knowing, because you got a contract as a corporation. You had no need of knowing the authority of the president and all that stuff. Why? Because they violated the motu proprio that he wrote in 13 after he got the Constitution and Declaration of Independence. See, because we declared ourselves away from everybody then. That's why I laugh at people now keep trying to force me back over there. I left you alone in 13. That's what Declaration of Independence is. See, so in that civil order, out of all the wise cats they claim out there on the market, who read it and studied it and still out there trying to run on it, he wasn't talking to them. He was talking to me. Because I'm the one who set the Constitution. So he knew if you're a real emperor, you'll see through all that old Moorish bullcrap that was out there on the market, and you'll respond. Because you're talking to me. Because I'm a foreign national in my own country. So the only way you can be a foreign national in your own country, that's at the bar card level within the United States. Being a foreign national in your own country on international, they classify you as an American state citizen. So I knew exactly who he was talking to. And he said what? The American states and the American state citizens. Well, I kept telling y'all over and over again, there ain't nothing but invisible lines when it comes to us. That's a corporation jurisdiction that they created. Ain't got nothing to do with us. You see what I'm talking about now?
Yes.
All right. So this, and okay, let's backtrack one little bit. When I put out the Act of State in 2009 for the country, that's why Obama came and said the Act of State is a cruise ship, not a speedboat. You starting to see it now?
Yes.
See, because I created a country. Not just a state. We already had a state. So I use my, I ain't really said this before, a couple times maybe. And what, this is going to really mess y'all up. See, I use that Washington authority to create the CMYE. Now y'all see how real this shit is, don't you?
Yes, we are.
Oh, yes.
See,
Yes.
I didn't have to go mess with the Yamasee Native American Government Authority. I'm already custodian over that, and that seat can't do nothing. So whatever the claim doing, he's doing it under the non-resident alien clause, which is the IRS clause. So he's not under that jurisdiction that was created. He's separated himself. You feel me? So I ain't got no need of nothing for him. You feel me? Because I'm only about the state. So since it's a part of the state got right to get all the records. I ain't gotta go no further, right?
No. That's correct.
Right.
So I just keep moving my ship so you can understand how to run a ship. Okay. So from jumping back up to where we're at now, that appointment for that was never completed to now. So when all the countries or states out there that want to do certain contracts outside of Mexico with the family of Mexico that we were dealing with the clan, outside there who wanted to open up diplomacy, well, the United States response was, well, there's another part of the government got to be developed. They wasn't lying. People said they were discriminating, but they wasn't. You feel me? Some saying they were racist and all that. No, they wasn't. Because I haven't what? Developed yet. Trying to get me?
Yes.
Yes.
So when that big event happened down there in El Paso with some of the cartel members getting caught crossing over the border with Yamsey ID, and he got summoned down there, and the FBI told him don't use that number no more. And I told him when I talked to him, I said, because you're not under that number no more. I own that number now. You feel me? Of course he couldn't believe it, but now he knows. You feel me? I'm the main reason. My name is at the State Department when we got that thing authenticated. You starting to get me?
Yes.
So now, let's get back to this republic. So now you got all these houses. You got the Yamasee house, you got the Washington Moors house, and now you got to pick up what? Morocco. See? So you form all three of them within 20 years. So I think this is the 20th. Yeah, 20 years, 19 going to 20 years. So they say it takes 50 years to do a state. I did three crowns, 2 royal houses, and 4 states in 20 years. How you like them out? All right. So now let's get back to where we at, because you don't understand that sovereignty you got. So as we made factual errors, I can say, throughout 07, 04, all the way up to all them years, in developing, I can put this on record, by them not able to fulfill their full faith and credit clause completely, with some of the mistakes that I made, I was able to correct. But the mistake the Klan made in the appointment in 03, 04 era with the spelling of my artifact and all that, because that was official writing. See, I just put my official on how we rolling, and that's how we rolling here out. So from all them schools, you gonna study the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, all that I've written over the years. It elevated me to where we at now, so that we properly form an operation. Because because you had 3 crowns. So now you got your office set, you got your republic set. You feel me? You had 10 places we worked on years ago up until last year or this year. And all them offices and everything been working on. It's elevated you up here. So that's how you got a republic, because you got to have a republic. Everybody got a republic. When you hear them out there talking on the market now, they, republic. whether it's in front or back, they talking about a republic. Because republic states support each other. So you see the anger that the United States has against this government. Why? Because they're not a sovereign state. They're a democracy running through power and sanctions. They're not a sovereign republic state. Let's get that straight. We have the only republic in the United States. There ain't no restored republic that make a crack. That's madness. The de facto Trumpy boy, he got the declaration that I sent to Obama. But they sent it down to Miami, and then by the time he got back up to DC, he was in office. So he know who the real Republican is. He's trying to steal it to this day. So he can create a factious or whatever, because you ain't really got no status, except as a corporation. And the whole world know about it now. You see them reacting slowly but surely. But you got to be able to read 20 lines and stop being so programmed what newscasters tell you, all right? So as we emerge to do business and to set sail, as we say, that's our official name. We have our own republic. So the next question, well, you got a republic. So what's the next question? Well, what country are you from, right?
Yes.
I had to let you know that. I know people mind was like all crazy, right? That's first thing I ask you, right? So that's why I said, you say what? Country of what? United States, that state. Why? Because that's the real republic. You go look at your passport, you got United States of America. That's a corporation. What country you from? The country of the United States, that state, the republic. I ain't like them out.
Love them.
So they answer that question for the republic. See? Y'all good now?
Yes.
Or you got a hand raised in the queue?
I'm cool. I'll make sure y'all good. Everybody good?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, bro.
All right.
Yes.
There's a hand raised in the chat.
Come on.
Alan, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last.
Sojourn.
Adjourn.
We proceed.
Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum with magic. Protector. My question is, for all of those that expatriated themselves, would they have
Expatriate yourself from where?
from the United States?
Ain't no such thing. They just stopped using the documents that they were issued. But they can never close that birthright contract out. Only thing they do is get the United States free will to use that birthright contract, which is stupid.
Would they be able to gain identity with NAMA?
If they can go through the process and got all that paperwork properly. You know, you got so many scams out there, these cats gonna stop, living on their passport. I had old head back in the day, but we're a state. We're not a organization. Okay, we're not a club. We're not a church. None of that crap. You feel me? You're a state. So it's like, so our borders is not as strict as I want to be right now, because you got to kind of assist in grandfathering in, I call it. A couple people make sure they got the basic security, but it's just like you going over to Bahamas or Bermuda and you asking to seek citizenship. Okay, you coming over here. Okay, So your contract that you got with the corporation, we ain't got nothing to do with that. You feel me? But that blood in you can register to be nationalized under a sovereign state. So you got to have the proper information that's required for you to dock yourself and your family under that venue. You feel me? So it's just, if they once the doors open, once they go through the process. So it's a state. So it's not no club or organization or church, 501c3 or religious, all that stuff they running on out there. You feel me? Or some of them try to run on a trust now, but they don't understand how you dock that. You feel me? So it's just, when we open doors, if you have like registered last year up to now, and as they IRS get docked in the next month or so with secretariats, everybody that's filed is going to be docked in the system electronically. So that way you ain't worried about them people keep double taking or trying to get back on your ship. You feel me? So if you're looking at it like that, but those who haven't crossed me, with that crazy Morse crap out there, I ain't got no problem with it. But they got to be able to dock themselves properly. So whatever required from this state for you to dock yourself properly, that's what it is. You feel me? So once you come under that flag, that you properly you're under that flag. You feel me? So the difference in us and them, we got our own venue. Because you're able to operate in your own country without all the harassment that go on with what they do with African Americans. You feel me? And Native Americans, or just simple citizens. You feel me? We outside that zone. So you always got to perform on that level. See? So, and that's why you're small, because it's a major, it's real major for a lot of people. Hell, look how long it took me to get here. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't gonna, but you want to make it as easy, or I ain't gonna say easy, as for them to transform themselves from that madness that they attempting to bring over here. So so that's what we're doing now. You feel me? Whether it's speed reading courses, civil method courses, whatever the university has set up, a couple of them, that's the first stage of, that we gotta bring the newcomers or nominals under to help them relieve themselves of that madness. So once they go through that training, if they decide to go back over there into that madness, well, at least we know they was a lot smarter than it was before they left. You started getting
Yes.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Right. Indeed. Well, I appreciate your wisdom, Emperor. I yield.
okay. Help everybody out.
Very
Yes.
much.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
All right. There are no more hands raised.
The person in the chat from YouTube,
Come on.
Bryce, Griggs, Chief, Bess, Fox, Summer, Ray. We got that last part of that. Will we have a consultant office in California about 3 years? And if not, how do we work the jurisdiction here after 3 years? Or live in the jurisdiction in the state?
You don't understand what I was saying earlier. You want to put a consulate office out there if you have that many nominals out there. Nominations. We don't have no need. We already got property in California. So it ain't about setting up all these consulate offices, because the door's closed. It's about building the ship. So if wherever the office is, Atlanta, wherever, you will fly to it to get in there, wherever we open up at. But there's no need of opening any consulate office if you don't have that, that type of national living in that area. And I can see 3 years. I can see what you're saying on 3 years, but there's just so much within the government in 3 years. What we're gonna be, we can already do everything we want to do in California. It's part of it's on your territory. California part of the corporation, the 50-star flag. Well, you own the 48-star flag, so you can do all you want to do. Now, if you're talking about like you want to still stay out there and all that, live, that's you being nominalized in your government, and we got a trading post, and we already looking at stuff. Ain't gonna put it on wire, but we already got stuff out there that's dealing with that type of trading post, and it's like any other state. So you just international in your own state. So whatever the government got set up out there, it's gonna be through your government. So you will be working at that level to deal with them. Not even the mayor necessarily. That'd be deputy down on that level. Because you got a deputy ambassador out there, whatever, and it's dealing with government to government. So you're not gonna be all in that. You working for your government. So if your government got properties and whatever we building or we involved in, well, you got the proper officials in that territory docket under your jurisdiction on another level. Not necessarily got to open up a consulate. I don't see us nowhere running that fast in 3 years. But everything working 10 years, like I tell you a while ago. But we have created our own 5-year plan. Okay, so to move things faster because you're a state, so you're just not emerging. So you got to get your international, all that stuff down, your banking, all that stuff is done. You just got to get it working, officials working in that capacity, so you can move your ship a little faster and then get the training done. So that's why the door is closed. But 3 years in California, we already there, but I can't see just open up a consulate office for that type of venue, because that's like you open up the doors wide open, and anybody can come any time of the day and register to be a part of your nation. We ain't nowhere ready to set up like that. That's kind of like when I was telling y'all when Crown Prince Durali said with the temples in every city. Well, this is the level they miss. It wasn't just temples, it was outside of the jurisdiction. So the handshake was, we can come to agreement, but we're not under your jurisdiction and you're not under our jurisdiction. Same thing we are now. State can't sit in the seat of another state. You see? But they messed it up because they didn't understand his jurisdiction. That's why I call him Crown Prince, not just prophet. You got all kind of niggas that just claim to be prophets. Hell, I had a wino nigga prophet. You feel me? So he had the jure status outside of a lot of the Moorish Americans that's living. So that brought him under the jure throne, fifth marquee. So you can see that jurisdiction in 20s back then, how he would maneuver with Marcus Garvey and all that. Okay, but if you don't understand that venue, you can't see the whole picture. They only living on the corporation side with the religious act to create that, but they're still in jurisdiction Cook County. Okay, Illinois. The jurisdiction he had, on the other hand, was the Mason rule. Same thing I got. You see the difference? So he was setting in them temples back then. That was them leaving that madness coming into the temple, and they protected. Then we go shake the Caucasian man hand. We had even odds, but that's the only way it can work. They had that handshake out there for how many, 50-something, 60 years now? It ain't work, have it? Because you ain't looking at the handshake right. You got me? Y'all didn't hear me, did you?
Yes.
Audience.
Yes.
Can you expand on the handshake?
It's like in our court system, right? When I came to the court with our venue, I created what they call a 12th district. So we can go meet in that 12th district, handshake, see? And we can discuss everything we need to talk about at that 12th district. When we leave the 12th district, Well, we go to the 13th district, which is our consular court, right? And then go back to where? The 11th, 10th, 9th, 7th, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th district under the federal system. Because you got a handshake. You start to see it now? You got your own state. So, well, you got a lot of Nubian officials who work for the government, but on the world scene, the United States classified as a Christian white man government. So you see that white hand, that's what they're talking about. Washington Monument, the white man rule. That's the handshake. Then you got the black man shaking with that man. The black man got his own what? He got his own venue now. He got his own jurisdiction. Now we can shake each other's hand. But now we're even. Outside that, you ain't even. You ain't catch it, did you?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, make much sense.
So slow we got.
See, you ain't got to run around on Friday trying to play Jumar and sounding like the preachers on Sunday. You feel me? Only thing difference is you got the feds on, and the craziest thing is you got a 50-star flag with a yellow fringe flying on beside that flag. You feel me? The red flag. Totally outside jurisdiction. Makes sense to you?
Yes. Clarity.
That's why I come set the record straight. You see?
Yes.
I'm the 8th marquee to the Diva-San rule. Now I'm now moving it. You feel me?
Yes.
Those on the ship aboard, they become a part of that what? That movement. You got a ship. That's what we call it freedom bondage what? Cruise ship. Make sense to you?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Now help you out?
Yes, it did. Gave us clarity. All right. There are no more hands raised. Okay. Next slide. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Imperial Royal Office for his Imperial Majesty via the Imperial I-M H.E.M University provides a 4 day celebration honoring the lineage of both the crown and the earthly return of the prophesied incarnation on Mother Earth, semicolon. His Imperial Majesty, full colon, space, Emperor, full colon, space, Sam Hu, Amini Ray, quote, Ade Lo Yi, end quote. Live open calls, all caps, daily on 28-31 August 2023 at 1700-2000 EST. So we do have a question. So the first question is, who is his Imperial Majesty, full colon, space, Emperor, full colon, space, Sam Hu, Amini Ray, quote, Ade Lo Yi, end quote.
Who am I?
Yes.
Oh, I am that I am. But through the journey, you had different appellations because you were going through different developments in your own house. So you didn't fall under the sink of the courts where they say you can only change your name legally, lawfully, all that one time. Okay. You had different schools, you had to continue growing. So you knew right there they were trying to attempting to cut your growth. But you had to keep growing. So I have elevated each appellation from the birth. There's Tar Sampson, Tada, to the first name change. There's Mustafa Dafa Gabriel. Okay, Khufu Ranu, Khufu Shutuk Ranuvel, okay? And that's on that side. On my side, through the state, I've nationalized Thunderfire, Chief Maku Thunderfire. So that's a nationality to a state of an indigenous nation with sovereignty and royalty and all that. So that's a gift that you will never get again because the prince ain't here. And I have no need to grant that type of energy. So each school carried me to different houses. When I came through the Khufu school, it was so doctorated in the, you know, the Moors and all that, learning about that side of your story. You had to go legalize it because you was messing with that Philadelphia crew stuff, and they had no venue. And they didn't want to conversate about the venue that you already had because they thought they knew everything. So you had to move on because you had a venue. So I had to go legalize that appellation in the system because I had to walk side by side with this cat named Khufu Ranu Zudak Samsonel. You see what I'm saying? That cat, you know, that cat shut the whole damn post office down. You feel me? So, so this cat right here, you know, so that's why I changed it, the appellation in the state file, similar to my appellation in my national file, because I had to grow and learn who this being was that literally shut the post office down. Seriously. And so that was different schools. So going through that, growing up, all the miracles and stuff, or what y'all call miracles, that's happened around me. I mean, you got people 6 feet under right now with a lot of stuff I done been through. So that was all tests for you. So, but they said when you arrive, you're gonna have a different appellation. So amen, not a moon, amen, ni. That was my off the script name through the government. But to keep everything with that side dealing with the corporation, I kept the Khufu out there because they was still getting used to Khufu. So you know what kind of headache you brought them with Khufu. So you knew you weren't going to officially bring Samu out until you officially announce yourself, all right? Because you check, that vibe can't move like yours, you feel me? So I'm a dweller. That's who I really am. I'm a must see to some people on the bloodline level, but that's something I brought with me. It's not something you can explain to where you're gonna get an understanding, overstanding, understanding. It can't. You gotta be from where I'm come from to know my life. So the schools and everything I went through growing up that y'all went through, I didn't know if it get accepted or feel accepted because they always felt like I was going to take their seat or something. It wasn't never like, hell, I was just learning how to speak Arabic, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Gotcha.
so that's been with you all your life, whether you went through the Christian school, in church, the Islamic school, dealing with Ansar and Sunni, and Shia, you learning all that, going through the Egyptian school. And you know, you got old heads around you going through the dojo, Spirit Fish, Gensuru, you know what I'm saying? Goju-Ryu, these schools. And each one of them taught or help you groom to where you at now. And you didn't need a whole school. You got just what you needed to get to that wherever you need to go. If it came through the court system, where you always things just move different with you, let's put it that way. When you come through the U.S. military Air Force, they got everything on you. They told you that souls like me come along 1 in a trillion. This is what the U.S. Air Force got on record on me. You got 8 billion on the planet, and they say where I come from only come around 1 in a trillion. Y'all didn't catch that, did you?
Yes, yes. One and only.
Want to know?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Because they watched and seen stuff happen. I mean, it's like now, the United States seen me move the whole land ocean. United States seen me move because they got satellites. You think they had satellites in 205? Good ones. You feel me? They got cameras watching doors open in courthouses before I walk in. You think they're gonna put that on YouTube or TikTok?
No, they want to keep that quiet.
See, you come through, everything was perfect for you. Because when you come through and claim your life back, you claim your life back under your own state. That's how it had to be done. Outside of that, you was claiming your life back under what David Miller created as a unity state citizen. But you claim your life back under your own states. The YAM government, Bureau of Embassy, and the United Washington did the Maya. You see that blood signature now?
Yes.
Yes.
See, that's why I said it could only happen once. See, it could never happen again. I'm the one that came through what? It happened and worked for because it was meant for me. Because as soon as you got that, y'all, what happened? 22 days, remember? You did a claim of life. Colin Powell got the signature, y'all remember? February 11th?
Yes.
March 4th, y'all remember?
Yes.
Yes.
Come on now. See? So that can only happen one time. So now you on record as a sovereign state, and guess what? You got a sovereign whose signature can go past the 1871 Constitution that they wrote. They were just being quiet about it because they didn't want you to know. But David let us know when he said that we got 2 seats at the Board of Governors in D.C. based on that contract. He said when you mention Khufu name, you can hear a pin drop. So Amun was like, you know, he had that 289 million lien against him. He won't know why. He said, well, he said, they hear you, but they gave you that judgment, they can take it away. But in Khufu's case, he's the only one that's docked properly. Y'all hear me?
Yes, we did.
Not the fight though down in Georgia, not Cheap Black Eagle, none of them cats out there. Only I was able to dock myself properly to be docked on this as a sovereign entity. So then I tell you, I didn't know about this in 204. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They were just watching me to see if I was going to grow into it. That's why I became what? The best kept secret. They can't talk about you on the wire. They gotta talk about you behind the scene. So that's why they were so angry when that the fight though Trump went to talk to Putnam, and Putnam knew about what the United States had a sovereign state within the United States. That's what they were talking about. And you seen him come at that after that trying to do what? Come King Arthur Coles. Or they call it Fraxionism now. Trying to get that seat. And Nancy stopped his butt. Feel me?
Oh yeah.
That when you came through and Obama said I ain't stayed the cruise ship, not a speedboat, the president of the United States sitting down with the vice president there.
Yep, they've been there.
Did you see how I'm coming now?
Yes.
They've been knowing about you the whole while.
You knew.
And they say what? We don't sit in their government, they don't sit in ours. What's that telling y'all? We time you get your ass up and run your government then, right?
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Feel me?
Oh yeah, most.
Yeesh, yes.
Oosh.
Don't sit back and try to hope something else coming. Jesus ain't coming, nigga. The Matthew ain't coming. Moses ain't coming. Ain't nobody coming. Why? Because they had to come and do what I did. They had to come and do what? Raise their own state. I don't think y'all heard me right there.
Somebody showed up to run their
Loud
own
and
state.
clear.
Raise your own state.
Peace.
They have to raise their own stake. They can't do it.
That's why they say what? When you come, they gonna look at you like what? A Messiah figure. Why? Because you got everything they said he gonna have, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Gotta catch that part.
Yes.
Did I help that question out?
Yes, it did. Clearly. Very much clearly. All right. We do not have any hands raised, moderator.
You got a question in the chat from Patty Ray, Batuate. So what else do they know and how? 1 in a trillion means that there was one before, right?
I didn't understand it. What you say?
So what else do they know and how? Back to that 1 in a trillion means that there was one
because
before you, right?
They watched me since I came in. I was always watched. And then certain things happened while I was in there. And it's all docket. I mean, I got on record in the military where the whole base went dark. At Power, Fort Dix, and McGuire Air Force Base. No power nowhere. We got off work early. Everybody went to, hanging out, everything to the point where, it's time to go in. But whether them lights on or not, your butt got to be to work in the morning. You feel me? So when we got ready, me and this brother named Jason from New Jersey, when we got in, when we were going to the room, I was married to a real witch back then. No bullshit. And we were going through our little separation. And because that's another story. That'd be for the Netflix, right? we have about what, a 99 series, you know what I'm saying? But we make it in our own venue, so you can get a real damn story, all right?
Yes.
Ain't no Netflix or YouTube shit, our shit, you feel me? All right, so anyway, tell my story. Anyway, what was I at?
Your story.
The real witch.
Married to a witch.
Okay, I got that part. What was that for that?
You was headed to your room.
Oh yeah. So
Lights
Military.
out.
there you go. There you go. So we got on the 3rd floor. So we was on 3rd floor. That's how high the dorms were. And I had my own room. So we seen the lights on under my door. So, back then, it was YE50 was the top shit on TV then, so we became YE50 because, we see a light. So we tipping down and playing I get to my room and I open the door and ain't nobody in there. So Jason want to see it. I said, no. I said, I see you in the morning. Let me check this out. So I closed my door and I locked. Now, so I know when I left to go to work, all lights out, the Bible is closed, fan off. I know me, I might not be in that room I might leave and not come back for 2-3 days. You know what I'm saying? So my girl lived in, the city outside the base. So, when I opened the door, I'm like, fan blowing, the Bible open, and the lamp light on. And the pages is flickering. So as I get closer to this area in the room, the pages stop flickering. And I pick it up and I started reading. And it was telling me about divorce, all that kind of stuff. What you had to do. And I sat there and read it, put it down, and the pages stopped moving again. And then it'll stop, and I pick it up again. And that went on all night long. Till around 5:30 in the morning, when someone came to my door, and they were hitting my door so hard, and they were civil engineers. And they said that the base commander ordered them to come knock on my door because he wants to know how I got power and nobody on McGuire or Fort Dix got any power. And he said they've been downstairs since 4 o'clock and there's no power to this building. So they want to ask me, how did I have lights, fan, all that, the base commander? And I told him to tell the base commander, I said, tell him I'm doing my best to figure that one out.
Wow.
So that's stuff in my military record. You feel me? So got to measure y'all up there.
Wow.
Like I say, let there be light, huh?
Thorough.
So I told you they've been watching me.
Can't duplicate that.
Nope.
So that's why I said it's all docket. The driving the 18-wheeler off the mountain, blinking my eyes at the bottom of the hill. I said, come on, man, that's all docket. The moving of the Atlantic Ocean. You think the Coast Guard in there know about that? Come on, man. And you kind of want them to say something sometime, but it's like you had to do or you had to complete your mission. That's why I got that Sundaughter Sunset Beach last year on 8th February, because they let me know I finally completed my mission. And they told me when I was 16, 17, that I couldn't be happy until I finished my mission. So, I had to go back and apologize to some sisters, because they want you to fall in love. And I couldn't fall in love. I had to complete this mission. Y'all see what I mean now? But look at the reward I got, though, right?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Stay on your path.
All has been added unto thee.
Look at that reward. Room you all the way up until you had to do what? You had to open up the gates to release your blood. And when you did it. That make everything you did throughout your journey. Because they told me when I was young growing up, they say, if you step off what we call it now, Moose King, they say they were going to put you back on Moose King. So, I experienced that stuff growing up. You feel me? But I remember back in the day, I used to say, I just want to give it away because to me, it wasn't no fun having it if you couldn't enjoy it, all that kind of stuff. So I said, you can have it. See what you can do with it. And nobody wanted it, right? Now all of a sudden everybody wanted it, right?
Yep.
All
right.
So you been doing that, but they didn't want to tell you. And then you got kinfolk that wanted to be another youngin', you feel me? So you gotta always watch them helpers, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So that's who I am. I'm real to the real. I had to come down and do everything I did. I had to go down to the bottom of the gates of hell, if you want to call that, the bottomless pit. And you see me climb all the way back up to the point where I'm the sovereign emperor on the globe. That makes sense, everybody?
Yes.
Y'all, well, you picture it, emperor. I ain't ready to show my picture.
Doesn't.
It'll be all right.
Yes.
Huh? All right. See, we on the second slide, see?
Right. Do we have any more questions? Moderator?
Yes.
I'm looking, there's none in hand raised. So one question by Ned Nefertat. So what way of life spiritually that you have if there's no religion as a norma?
Could you repeat that one more time?
Yeah. This is by Ned Nefertat. So what way of life spiritually that you have if there is no religion as a norma?
Oh, that's simple. That's know thyself. So the first thing is the breath. You feel me? So you're going to train how to breathe. And then you train how to release that thought that you hold on to that's going to bring you to a different vibration. You feel me? So that's why I say know thyself. So I train with you at certain levels, and then we get at certain levels, we'll go somewhere else outside of this phone call. You feel me? But at the beginning, the first thing is know thyself. And the first step is what? The breath. And we got an affirmation for that breath, don't we?
Yes.
Hear, die, and understand. The flame is the source of all things, containing all things in potentiality. The order that sent forth light is the word. And from the word come life and the existence of all. The life in thee is the word. Find out the life within thee and have power is the use of the word. Know ye, Sam who a many dash ray, quote a day lo ye, the life.
Life forth you seek.
Is
Fourth
but
EC
seek
is but the
before
word in the
Life.
word
the
as
fire.
The life for ye seek is but the word in the word as a fire. Seek you the path to what?
The word
And power shall.
Surely be
shall be
thine.
thine.
So we got affirmation for that. Y'all let me see how y'all. I'm gonna see y'all see it. See how long y'all gonna leave me hanging.
Oh, not long.
We got you. We got you.
We got you.
Right there.
You feel me?
Yes.
See how powerful that was?
Very.
Yes.
We love that one.
Gratitude.
So you have that journey, So that help you out. They help you out.
Yes, protector. Gratitude.
All right, cool.
Got hand raised in the queue. Come on to question.
What's the question?
Attuned Ray. You have the floor.
Yes. Question, Emperor. What is the significance of the 70 plus 7 week prophecy?
What's the significance of it, brother? Well, being who I am and where I come from and my bloodline, things have happened in the last 430 years that has put a shade over the royal family. You feel me? The real royal family. Okay. So they wrote stories dealing with this Messiah figure or Messiah figure. Some call him Yahshua, some call him Jesus, Yahweh, whichever name make you feel good. Hold on a second. Y'all hear me?
Yes.
Now we can.
All right. All right. So since he asked that question, I'm gonna cut the lights on, right? Y'all all right? Y'all cool?
No.
All right.
Oh yeah.
So they wrote stories through the lodge and all the sacred religions about this character, and all this stuff's supposed to transpire. And this character was a savior. You pray to him. He has to relieve you of your pain and sin. The story. So you at the real time, because that was a death story. Cross represent death. So you had to put the spell on yourself. That's how crazy it is, okay? So when you read that 70-week story, well, it can't happen according to their teachings and what they say until that one that they say prophesies to return. So they gave this character a name. They gave a picture, hang him on the cross, all that. See, I didn't come for that story. I came with my own story, but my story coincides with the story of a fiction character, but mine is a real character and it's manifesting through my walks. But who you gonna go tell that you got the bloodline of the Messiah? Who you gonna tell that? You know what I'm saying? You're gonna carry back through all the Moors, Mary, all that kind of crap, right? But you had something to appear to you out of thin air, and you got 40 million that know when that piece appear to whoever that piece appeared to is the royal bloodline. Well, that's the piece that appeared to me. And that's the piece that the Catholic Church is permitted to run the cross with the INRI on it, but they don't have the one with the wings because they say only the master have that one. Well, that's the one that appeared to me. See, so they know the bloodline walks. See, so, and I let them know through my writings over the years, and they had questions, which we all should, because you got a lot of imposters out there, you feel me? So they checked my record. They want to look at the skies when I was born, all that.
The INRI.
I ain't got it at school yet, you feel me? But I'm headed that way. But that school come after the appointment. See, because that you see, so that's why I say that's preparation. Grooming yourself now. You know, preparing yourself for that journey. You feel me?
Yes.
So that makes sense to you.
Yes. Gratitude.
So that's 70 weeks. is what they prophesied in a book called Daniel that's in that De facto King James Bible, where you came along in your sense, you opened up the gates of hell, for those who don't know, or the bottomless pit, whichever name make you feel good. That's what you inherit. Because they said they were waiting on that one to come and do it. Well, you did it. But it wasn't on Fox News. So that gift you got, that's when the 70 weeks start. So that 70 week ended on 13 July this year, when I got my 531 immortal 5 deities. But by me being who I am and being 58 number 3, because when De facto did that to my great grandmother, Agnes Sampson, well, he was 58 when he left. You know, that James boy. Well, I'm 58 when I open up the gates and break that curse. I did that. So now you inherit that life. So that's why I am who I am now. Because that let out your what? The master, your blood. And now you got 578 immortal 5 deities waiting on your command. Right now as we speak. Ain't gonna go have 579 tomorrow. Ain't gonna have 580 Thursday. That's prophesied. So that's why you had that +7, because 7 times 7 is 49. That's 13. And I was 49 years old when I signed the Constitution.
Nice.
You feel me? So you gotta see how everything working around you.
Okay.
They can plan a plan. I ain't got no problem with it. I've been living long enough to understand everything they say. A lot better than a lot of them that's out there talking. You feel me? So I got ears I can hear. At the end of the day, where they going? They ain't got nowhere to go. That make sense to you?
Yes. Yes.
7777.
Yes.
Gratitude
So that's
for the
like,
play.
I'm who the number. Then you got to find a one. What? 7. I'm number what? 7. 777.
777.
And you see everything working around me, right? I told y'all when they said it was a tropical storm gonna hit the land, I said, what? It's gonna be a 3 then. A heavy 3 going to a 4. Because it's going a certain way. And it started a certain way, and I always get a hurricane. But this time it's going to hit on my Earth Day, which is letting you know it's your time to arrive. That's why they say that's your coming out. I ain't out there yet. I got 31st, my day. But we got a 4-day week, 4-day celebration here. That's why I say right there, H.E.M University. See, so we having a celebration. So we get ready. We at that point 0 where we start selling next month. We ready to go. And that's why I say docking package and everything else. Some people want to jump on here and get nationalized right away. Y'all understand nationality ain't just a piece of paper, is it?
No.
Actually, it's just a piece of paperwork.
You seen all the folks that get all that national paper, where's it at? In that closet, right?
It's a process.
Ain't worth a damn, is it?
Nope.
Because they ain't got no venue to operate it. You feel me?
Exactly.
Gratitude.
Look at it like this. If you got a fact, why you got to argue?
You don't.
There is no argument.
Huh?
There is no argument.
So why they got the argument?
Fusion.
Feel me?
Yes.
I need to change my
We feel you. Gratitude. Thank you for the clarity. All right.
Yes,
We do not have any hands raised. Next slide, please. His dash imperial dash majesty, full colon, space, emperor, full colon, space, Sam Hu Amini dash Ray, quote, Ade Lo Yi, end quote. Introducing the first annual Emperor's Mix, space dash space, live DJ competition, Emperor's Vive live. Come, match and evolve the Emperor's Vibe. 30 August 2023 at 0135 UTC / 2135 space dash space. 31 August 2023, 1630 EST. Emperor, can you expand on that, on this first annual Emperor's Mix?
Well,
what do we have to look to?
well, you know, you got all kind of mixes out there. You got house mix, reggae mix, R&B mix, you know, all that stuff out there. And it's the vibe people are, you know, R&B mix. Y'all remember that? Christian mix, Muslim mix. So as I'm moving my state, a lot of people don't fully understand my status. So, but they got some talent. And it's called mixing, house, club. And that's what I vibe on. I never been a hip hop head. Because they would never talk about nothing but their dreams. And I have my own dreams. That's why I never became a hip hop head. You know, I just needed a beat to make you vibe. So you got different type of music. One is mine. We call it house back in the day. They call it club now. And you got some DJs out there who know how to vibe without all that talking. Just a vibration. You feel me? So as I'm moving out and we having my 4-day celebration, well, this is going to be considered the first annual Emperor's Mix. So we're going to little DJ competition to see if they can get my vibe. You feel me? So then that's going to be every year a part of our 4-day celebration. You feel me? Nice. So as we keep going, you see it's going to spread. And as we keep growing, we be in different parts of the world. And then they get fly to DJ live, all that, they get the Emperor's Mix. See, so I can get my own vibe outside of everybody else's vibe. You feel me? So I see what they got out there. You feel me?
Okay.
So, that makes sense to you?
Yes. Yes. Gratitude.
Yes.
We'll be looking forward. Next slide.
Well, they think you're older, you can't vibe. You know what I mean?
Right. Gratitude for that. All right. Imperial. CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s. His Imperial Majesty, full colon, space, Emperor, full colon, space, Sam Hu Amini Ray, quote, Ade Lo Yi, end quote. And to the right, we have a picture of the Emperor.
Oh yeah, that was that wild piece. We just came back from the ocean, right? When you just drove back to the ocean, that what the ocean looked, right? That's why I kept it. That's
But we
the
got that
Atlantic
sun.
Ocean.
Get that
And
sun
then
shining on
that sun hit, that sun hit me
you.
right on the side, right? That's how we call that's at the this place in where that town at? Greensboro, right? That's in Greensboro.
Yes.
Yes, Greensboro.
Called the King's Chair. Built by a master mason from Scotland. No, Germany. And people say when I sit in, it's still oral. I wonder why, right? So that's why I sign certain documents. I look like the motor proprio, don't
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I? They got the 48 star flag above the UN flag. That's the one we did on. It had to be the or public notes look like or diplomatic decree. See? So them banner people don't ask about. Why you got so many flags over your head? What that mean? All that jurisdictions on the wall. This crown you're looking on this seal, on this page.
Yes.
See? So now y'all can see how where I started in 07 with the CMYE. And now you see when I finally made my appointment. You see what I had to do? It had to be what? The Imperial CMYE, that's IRK Republic, you see? For the country of United States, that state. Why? So you own the trees. And you got digital status. I mean, send it to you on that slide?
Yes. Yes.
Let's get rolling.
All right. Next slide. What is the 70 plus 7 week prophecy? Question mark. On 28/29 January 2022, His Imperial Majesty opened the gates of hell, which marked the beginning of the 70 plus 70 week prophecy and the coming of the Son of Man, period. On 26 August 2023, exclusive AccuWeather forecast a hurricane that originates in the Yucatan Peninsula, traveling and gaining strength, reaching land on H.E.M. all caps. Solar return, period. Behold, the sun, parentheses, Idalia, close parentheses, space M dash space, is the name of the magical earthly wonder, space M dash space, that will hit land on 30/31 August 2023. All Nama Earth dash keepers are celebrating along with the earth, celestial bodies, immortal fire deities, and universe, full colon. Moderator, do we have any questions?
Not right now. No questions.
They say you're gonna have signs in heaven and on earth, right?
Right.
Yes.
Right. They talk.
So you see, that's coming in on your Earth Day. You had this written months ago, remember?
Yes, you did.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden this show up, right? All of a sudden all of a sudden this blue Kachina show up. You know? So let's keep going, ain't no question.
I do have one question. What is the blue Kachina? And what's the significance of it?
Well, on last night's call, we had a video, but we got a flag for it. So We straighten that mountain up now. But it's been our history from mouth to ear before they made a little series out of it so they can tell it their way, but we have our own way. But we share the video to keep people in tune, you know, because they, you know, they see that kind of stuff, make them, you know, they so programmed. But anyway, that's a prophecy about a changing of time. Prophecy about leaving one cycle, going into another cycle. So we talked about a 0-point reference back in 2020 when it became 0-point Aquarius. Well, that was signifying that we was going or entering the Aquarian age because you had 0-point reference. Now you officially in the Aquarian age because Luca China showed up to officially mark the coming or death and destruction. One must end, another one must begin. So that's an old folklore that some thought would never happen in their lifetime. And they have stood on it for generations. And now you're living in a day and time where all of a sudden, when this true sovereign is appearing on the planet to come to his seat, the blue Kachina appears 16th August this month. And by the 25th of August, it had a tail in blue and green. And they ain't never seen nothing like that in the sky. You feel me? So they say, what follows the blue Kachina is the red Kachina. Well, if you look at the light that I'm bringing, and I'm naturalized as Chief Michael Red Eagle Thunderfire, you see? So this is the beginning of a new era. And you have the state that's stepping out on the scene. Help you out a little bit?
Yes. Gratitude for that clarity. We do have one more question. So how does that relate to the Yucatan Peninsula?
Yucatan Peninsula go back to our Olmec civilization where Toph was the master text and wrote, that's why we say the Yucatan, where our records was wrote on the wall like in Tamaray, Egypt. So we go back to the Yucatan. And that's all Washita, deduct the Maya territory. Through treaties in the 1700s, and France and Spain and British get a certain land and naming it Haiti or naming it all that stuff down through the Caribbean, that's all Washita land. Stretch all the way around that barrier, down to South America to Yucatan. So you trace your roots to. Help you out?
Yes.
So when this hurricane started, Idalia, well, it wasn't 8-9 days ago, it wasn't said to do nothing. Then all of a sudden it showed up and they said, well, it's gonna go over the mountains, it's gonna tear it up, and it can never form no bigger than a thunderstorm or tropical storm if it hit that, you know. And then all of a sudden you see how the whole universe made it go backwards with the wind. All this stuff is magical. And then it pushed it back, let it sit to form what it is now. And now it's on its way up to hit on your Earth Day. That's magic. See? And it's crossing the land on your Earth Day, 31st, and exit in North Carolina, where your Sampson County is, on your Earth Day. See, they're letting you know it's you got an appointed time. You coming. It ain't something to be broadcast around the news, because they're on another level. We're gonna leave them there. But you gotta catch what's coming for you and move with it. That makes sense to you.
Yes. Yes. Gratitude.
Y'all good?
Yes. Gratitude.
Yes.
Next
Yes.
slide.
Good.
Got a question for you, Emperor. Still listening?
We do have a question for you, Emperor.
Come on.
Can you please explain the story behind the picture that lit the fire?
Let's wait till we get down to that page. We got a slide I can bring that in on, okay?
Okay. I yield.
Gratitude. Next slide, please. Right. Imperial and Imperial Royal Annuals for the CMYE-IRKR, all caps, full colon. First bullet point, the opening of the, quote, gates of hell, end quote, is an event commemorating the breaking of the Holy Bible, 430-year-old curse that was placed on the royal bloodline of Agnes Sampson. Agnes Sampson is the great, 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 great grandmother of His Imperial Majesty, full colon, space, Emperor, full colon, space, Sam Hu Ameni Ray, quote, Ade Lo Yi, end quote, and is recorded as the oldest / ancient healer. Over recorded is how this bastard, King James VI, author of the Bible, deemed it essential to place the aforementioned curse on the royal bloodline of Agnes Sampson to steal the privileges only afforded to the Imperial and Imperial royal bloodline of His Imperial Majesty, full colon, space, Emperor, full colon, space, Sam Hu Ameni Ray, quote, Ade Lo Yi, end quote, period. Next bullet point. On 6 January 2022, a divine fire lit inside His Imperial Majesty, full colon, space, Emperor, full colon, space, Sam Hu Ameni Ray, quote, Ade Lo Yi, end quote, which astral projected him to the horrific event inflicted on his 13th generation great-grandmother, Agnes Sampson, by this bastard, King James VI, parentheses, effective date of the curse, 28 January 1591, close parentheses, period, on the sun and moon rotations of January 2022, leading up to 28/29 January 2022. His Imperial Majesty, full colon, space, Emperor, full colon, space, Sam Hu Ameni Ray, quote, Ade Lo Yi, end quote, performed a ceremony to honor the soul of his 13th generation great-grandmother, Agnes Sampson, and released her soul from the 430-year-old curse, period. Next bullet point, 20-2 parentheses 22, close parentheses. Days after the ceremony, the dweller-emperor, full colon, space, was informed by his trusted vizier, quote, the old man, end quote, that insurmountable chaos occurred because the, quote, gates of hell, end quote, were now open. The ceremony performed by H.E.M, all caps, full colon, space, was a direct correlation with the opening of the, quote, gates of hell, end quote. On this 28/29 January 2022, releasing the master and 1 million immortal fire deities per day and 1 million deaths per day, period. As of today, parentheses 29 August 2023, close parentheses, the absolute royal sovereign emperor has the master fire deity and 578 million immortal fire beings who kneel and pay homage to H.E.M, all caps, full colon, space, eesh, smiley face. And to the right, we have the public notice to the world that was issued out. Moderator at this time.
That was issued out last year when that treason threat came from that DeFacto. But I explained that yesterday's call, the authority that come behind being able to having the authority to write a motu proprio, first of all, is the highest order of the Pope Francis or the Vatican. So your authority exceeds his. So you have imperial authority to write the most powerful document on earth. So that's what that represented. The most powerful document ever written on earth, for those who didn't know. And then you're showing your banner where your jurisdiction come from. Okay? So they had to stand up to assert their authority if they have any type of authority once you sent this document out. And okay, any questions on that?
Moderator, do we have any questions? There's no hands raised.
There's
Do we have
no
any questions in the queue?
in the chat, and just no hands raised in the queue.
There ain't no question on what I just did?
Oh, there's one question in the hand in the queue. Come on.
Are you allowed to open the gates of hell?
How?
The gates of hell were now open. How did you do that?
How? Well, how to me is a past thing because I didn't know I was going to do it. Now I know I gave him General Brown, I'm gonna say General Powell, a command to open up the gates, but I had no clue it was gonna work. I was so confident that I did it on live call. So that was something that was supposed to be done. Now, me being on a live call, and I'm on this side of the earth at that domicile position I was at back then, and then being able to cross the pond and be in Scotland, that's been in two places at the same time. So I was able to put my physical body here and my dweller side, I can transform that and physically feel it and see it at the same time. So that's how it got done. So for all them cats out there trying to act like they can do the same thing, you know.
I got you.
So that you know, so I say I had to grow into me. So it's been kind of difficult because I had to go through the birth and pain and all that. So now I'm finally at the journey where I can really grow into me to develop that link. You feel me? And that's the only thing left. Outside that, I don't need nobody. So I'm saying? Because with the authority I got, I can start it all over. It's already, to be able to do what I did, I can start it all over. So I had to give myself something to do. Let this thing move a little farther so I can grow into that energy that's on the earth right now that I brought. You ain't gonna find it in Egypt. You ain't gonna find it at the graveyard. You ain't gonna find it nowhere on earth. Go ahead and come from earth. That make sense to you?
Yes. Yes.
I had one more question.
Come on.
What does Sam who means?
Sam who when nothing else was, Sam who was. Okay. Well, my light come from, that's why I am who I am. Because only one can come back and bring that appellation up because of the energy that come with it. Because of the racism that has occurred around Sambo and what they did through slavery with the Sambo attributed to Sam who. So you had to come back and make sure I was taught, I had to make sure I drafted it a certain way because of the authority of who that title represents. You see, so that's how I am. That's why I am who I am. That's why you see me wait to announce it on the world scene. Why? It can only have its own venue. Could never be submitted to nothing. You feel me? A de lo ye, that's the crown, is the essence of the crown. That's when I came through Yoruba, Santerio, through my classes. You feel me? Never knowing that actually a crown was going to be, I was going to get 4 years later that actually fit my head. You feel me?
Yes.
Did I help you out?
Yes.
All right, what else you got?
Let me back up on that particular question. This is Becab. It's amazing that Sambo was always in the Caucasian's yard.
Yeah, you're out of the way.
Right? That's kind of amazing. And it would have the black face, but it was always in Caucasian yards and never in the Negroid.
Right.
Was the same in North Carolina?
There were. All plantations like that. They use your God against you.
Amazing.
And made you worship them. The way they disgrace the name. That's why I had to come and do it the way I did it. So that's why when you go back and look at the 47-year prophecy, they say one going to arrive in that day and time, a true sovereign will arrive. You feel me? And he shall be titled what? Amen. I was already in the game. You feel me? Tell you all the stuff that's supposed to happen for that journey. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And tell you all that stuff that you got to be prepared for. Plane being able to, I ain't say plane, but man can travel across the sea war, disease, animal dysfunction, world calamities, you know what I'm saying? All that stuff was going to be going on, like it's going on right now, right? When this true sovereign arrived. See, so you just fulfill the prophecy. That makes sense to you?
Yes.
Everybody's on this ship has now became what? A prophecy. So now you got to see where you fit in. So you can write your story, right? Like them all. You got your own story.
That's right.
I'm writing mine. Catch up. Come on.
Understood.
What you got?
Got hand raised in the queue.
Come on.
Alan Sojourn.
Yes, Emperor, was the opening of the gates an intentional act, or did you do that unintentionally?
Unintentionally. I had no clue. The 22 days later. Found out
Did you
about.
regret? Did you regret opening it? Yes.
No. No to the no. No. Listen. When it first came to me, it said, what have you done? Okay. What? What do you mean? You act like I knew I was going to do it. You feel me? Trying to figure out why you got 1 million in mortified deity and the master that kneel to you. Because when he said, after he said he was ecstatic to see me, or talk to him anyway, and that they was given command to come on his side, to come back on his side, to find out who had the authority or power to open up the gates of hell. And me, I'm like, what? What you mean? The gates of hell open? They're like, yeah. What you talking about, the gates of hell open? All kind of hell breaking loose. On the other side, war going on. So when did this try to transpire? Around 28, 29, end of January. I said, say that again. You know me, I'm like, say it again. 28, 29, January, end of the month. Interesting. What you mean interesting? I did a little ceremony during that time. You did what type of ceremony? To honor my great grandmother. Your great grandmother? What they got to do with open up the gates of hell? What you mean your great grandmother? What grandmother you talking about? Agnes Sampson. Agnes Sampson? How you get to say you can't do a witch? How you feel about that? Well, magical, healer. What about death and destruction and decay? Well, you talking about when that bastard burned at the stake, he didn't literally kill her. How you know? Because when I told you that happened on the 6th, I went there as if it was just happening right now. And I felt the fire, the scrapes, the rape, everything. To the point where I was so angry and the fire was so hot that I did a ritual. I did a ceremony for 3 days. Actually, I did it 4 because I started on the 26th by myself. I did it on 27th live with everybody. And I did it on 28th live with everybody, which made my 3rd day and y'all their 2nd day. And then I had to do it on 29th to make sure they get 3 days in. And that energy opened up the gate. And on the 28th, and I stood and met the master. So, am I mad? Hell to no. Because the whole story, my story, or the royal family story, is just like the Al-Moroccan story that 6 stories under the White House. You feel me? So they had my story buried in what they call the bottomless pit. Because you were never supposed to come out and retrieve that story. Why? Because they done took over your seat. Walk around as if they're royalty. They control you. And it's a figment of your imagination. I can guarantee that lady that died last year on the 8th of September is burning in a ditch of hell. I can guarantee that because I sit at the gate. So you can claim they're in heaven to make you feel good in this life. But I know anything that died from the 28th last year is in a ditch of hell because that's part of my mission as an emperor and a normal earth keeper. You got to clean the earth. Doesn't matter how long it takes you to do it, but you're going to do it. And you'll watch them come and go, but you got to do your job. And you at the beginning of that long journey on a long path. See, that's why I told back in the day, I said, what? Everybody else's name will be gone. Yours still be here, right?
Yes.
Because the way you establish yourself with the sovereignty and the venue and the equity, you got from 1774 -1786 equity on 100 million in gold. That's under your constitution. There's no richer country ever in the history of the world. Y'all didn't catch that. It's so far out there that I wrote a 999 sextillion, 21 zeros, sovereign gold bond attached to it. That's what's assisting in moving the ship today. That's 21 zeros. That's not even a pinch of what 100 million in gold is worth. Y'all starting to feel it, right?
Yes.
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 Oh, yes.
That's what the Pope was talking about in the Civil Order. When this republic arrives, they must do what? Settle the debt. There go the third war for they want to do that. You hear me? That's why you see me had to walk the way I walk to get into the level where it's on the world scene, and now I can go collect. But during that time, I had developed into who I am now and made sure when I arrive what? Properly. Make sense to you?
Yes.
Any more questions?
There's
Yes,
no more
Emperor.
hands.
What,
Okay, my
one
bad.
second. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is there a difference between the gates of hell that you opened and the de jure hell? Are those two separate hells or?
Yeah, see, they gave you, in their story, they gave you a fictional hell. But in reality, it was a system set up throughout this realm that would trap the souls so they couldn't leave to go into the universe because they weren't properly groomed. That was set up through the priests of Amen or a moon ray, okay? Some of these light beings who got initiated through the bush, or they call the burning bush, or certain magic that they learned on the other side of the veil, and then carried it down acceptance to similar the way and what promoted Atlantis to get sunk. So you got that type of magical beings, okay? So then that was a de facto hell, because that was a fear to get you stuck in religion because they knew you would come back around, okay? So when I came on the scene as the light bearer, well, I created a did your hell real one. So you ain't getting that pass no more where you got 1,000,000 times around. These days stop so that you can clean this mess up. You start to see it, you see my job outside of the thinking of man because you're here for earth, Tiamat. So you create that did you hell, why? Because you got the light and the fire to burn souls because the souls came from your zone. So you already created your system where you got to burn this madness of this religion concept that was bred through slavery over the last couple thousand years. It can only be burnt out. It can't be baptized out. So you're going to burn that energy, spirit, because the spirit is nothing. So you told me the spirit going to burn for 26,000 years. That's the time of the ray sun Apsu to go around its cycle, which is around 25,000, 9, but we say 26,000 years, those who know. So you burn that spirit because the soul is everything. So once that 26,000 years, you got a soul. I said I'll bring you up so you can see my face again. You feel me? And then I go burn your soul out of existence. Because I got authority to do that. Make sense to you? Make sure you can see me, right?
Yeah. Last question. Under the de jure, will there be contractual slavery?
Well, you're gonna have service on every level you do on a royal house. But slavery? That's not proper. You got trash people. Nam was picking up trash, making 6 figures. So there's no, I can't, my mind just stalled me with slavery. It's not slavery, it's just part of order. But you're not a slave, you're just doing your job.
It's just a servitude. You're doing a job and getting paid for it.
There you go. I'm like, so.
Okay.
That slavery that they did during this last slavery that the Caucasian man did make you forget who you are. Well, that's why I had to come bring everything out, because they've been, you say, subjects or servants throughout humanity, but they never was made to forget who they were. The slavery they carried, the ancestors of African American ancestors through, is to make you forget who you were, and to make them see you see them as a god, so that they can steal your privileges. It was all a trap. See what I'm saying? So that's the difference. When you come in with a sorry state, you're not offering citizenship. You telling you looking for nationals. For nationals, only one can run a republic. Citizen mean you been owned by someone. You feel me? That makes sense to you?
Yeah, NAMA won't have any citizens. We'll have nationals.
I already said that.
I appreciate your wisdom. Thank you. I yield.
All right, gratitude. We do not have any more hands raised at this moment.
And
Let's
just
proceed.
in the chat.
Next slide.
If you notice, at the UN Charter, they got all these indigenous rights, human rights, all that stuff, right? Go up there to 100. How many states up there? 100 and what? 93?
93.
93.
Go up there and find out how many of them got national. They all got citizens. Why? Because it says United Nations Charter, meaning it's de facto corporation. Only real humans can have civil rights. But all the citizens under that charter is what? Corporation, right?
Corporations.
Wow. Wow, that's crazy.
Great point.
They have you out?
Big time. Big
All
time.
right. That's that.
All right. Imperial and Imperial Royal Annuals for the Imperial CMYE-IRK, all caps, Republic, parentheses, ECMYE-IRKR, all caps, close parentheses, full colon. In North America, many people have heard of the Salem witch trials due to Arthur Miller's play, quote, The Crucible, end quote. But how many people have heard about the Scottish witch / North Berwick witch trials, question mark. In Scottish history, there were five major, quote, witch, end quote, trials of Scotland. Agnes Sampson, quote, the wise wife of Keith, end quote, is one such purported healer / witch who encountered the atrocities of the colonists, period. The depiction shown here is what lit the fire of H.E.M. all caps, full colon. Moderator, do we have any questions?
Well, the question came a while ago about the January 6th, about the fire lightning me. And I said we had a slide that I could explain that, remember?
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
This is the just the slide. And so on the 6th of January last year, I was going through a little, I just leave it at disease, make it short. And so when I was married to a real one, which when I had this little thing all my life, sick, probably from pneumonia growing up, she could wrap herself and just, couple things else we did. Drinking y'all know that little certain type of tonic you make. And she can wrap herself, and that next morning I'd be healed. She'll throw up, bring some orange juice, she ready to roll. So I was sitting in the bed that evening, going through it, and I just asked that question. I was thinking about her. And I said, I wonder who's the oldest witch. And I just typed in oldest witch. and the sounds popped up. And my whole body just vibrated, a whole vibration that I ain't never had or seen since that day. And it's like it was a connect. And I read a story. I did research, read a story, did research. And I got to this picture here. As soon as I seen that picture, I went back to 8 years old, 7 years old. Because this is the picture that my ancestors brought to me when the universal traveler appeared to me, a dweller, when I was that age, 7 going into 8. And they were doing their best to figure out because, so this is the picture they showed me. And I remember so instantly that I said, no, this is not the picture. He had a 5 head, 5 hands, and 5 feet. But he was black, but he was glowing. And so then you heard them talking on the side that, you know, devil trying to claim his soul, devil trying to claim his soul, you feel me? So that's what lit the fire, this picture. Because when I explained it to my elder, like I'm telling y'all, he explained to me, that's what lit the fire. And once the fire got lit again, it couldn't go back out. So from the 6th to the 28th, which is 22 days, I was going through changes that I just, you could never imagine. And that I'm still growing into it. I told y'all earlier I had to go sit in the sweat to cool down. So, man, it's that fire, you feel me? So, that's what lit that fire. And then that energy that developed over the next 22 days, when it came down to do the 91, Psalm 2, that was the energy. And on the 28th, the third day of that saying, that's when I was able to open up the gates and let the master out. But see, this is a being that look black. See, this is a being got black wings, horns, all that, you see? But the being I let out, he's completely fire, immortal. And then when those little bullshit wings like that, he had very impressive wings. And so that's my bloodline. So am I mad? No, never. The happiest thing ever kicking. Why? Because you got your right or your left hand and they're immortal and they're your blood. So you know that's a journey. But they've been around since forever. So that's a journey. And that's the master. And got 578 million immortal. So in my line, where I'm going, where I'm at now, is learning both sides. But look at that journey I got on the other side with the immortal 5 being that kneel to me. Now I got to get this side together. That's what I'm doing now, so that I can balance that energy and come to my seat. And that's what I'm doing, or in process of doing as we speak. So that help you out with this fire lit thing.
Gratitude, it did, Emperor.
All right. Everybody else, y'all good? You got any more questions?
Yes. I have a question. So, what, if any, is the significance of you speaking with your trusted vizier, and who was your trusted vizier?
What you say it again?
What, if any, is the significance of you speaking with your trusted vizier, and who was your trusted vizier?
That's funny. That's being way too nosy.
Okay.
They've been around me since I was born, put it that way. And they've been watching.
Gotcha.
It ain't just one, I got a couple of them. But one of them, one of the main ones, who I talk to on that level. And I leave it at that since the day I told you. But they ain't really none of your business. But in America, y'all want to know everything before y'all make a turn, you know. But other part of that question?
It was what was the significance? And then it was who was it?
Significant because you got light beings that don't walk out loud, walk small. They walk behind the scene, never want to be seen. So you keep them like that. Chief Black Eagle, he wanted to be on the scene. So he was public. You got those who don't want to be public. They stay private. You got respect. Okay. Bar sharing the knowledge is yours. Because you sit at the seat in your gate. And you're the reason the knowledge came because you did what you did. So that's why you're receiving that. But outside of that, that you said what was said, excuse me, chocolate. You don't manifest on your journey exactly what was said, but still got certain things that was said that ain't manifest all the way yet. But the birthing pain and all that stuff you're going through, you went through, and you passed already, well, that's getting you to the 31st of your 58 number 3, where you prophesied to get 580 immortal million. That's your army. So you don't move until after you get that setting or that energy. So I'm out here dealing with everybody the last year or two, calling everybody out, bringing their questions and everything to the table. Nobody showed up. But that didn't stop me from completing my mission because you already knew what you had. You was just at that time, it was at that time when you had to prove who you were and what you're doing and where you come from. And that's what you did. Outside of everybody's thinking because it's your journey. So that help you out?
Yes. Yes, very much.
I know there was some question in chat saying something. They're not getting what, like the gates of hell, what's going on?
We do have a hand raised.
All right, come on.
I am Miss Corey. Salam Malikum with Magic Emperor. On the screen, on the picture, there's a dominant figure in the middle. Can you explain?
That's who they come. That's who they
that
say.
is?
That's who they say the devil is. That's the image of the devil. And they say these are his witches that worship him or follow him. That's why they were saying they burnt my great grandmother at the stake because that's how they had to formulate it. You got to realize back then you gotta some of y'all, everybody should have a birthmark, right? Now some of y'all got a birthmark.
Yes.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Well,
True.
you were being classified as a witch because they said that was a sign that you were part of the devilhood or Satanhood, and that was your birthmark. You see, so you got to see the mindset then and now. So then they looked at this as the devil, and that concept came all the way down to this day because they showed me that when the dweller showed up. So they let me know they ain't never seen him they only had an image of what someone told them the devil looked like. So that's why you know, as you grow into it, now you understand when you grew up, you see a black cat monkey wonder, turn around, go the other way. Everything black is bad, everything white is good. Y'all remember that bullshit, right?
Yes.
See where they got it from right there? See how bad that image has lost the world? So that's just some figure somebody drew that they thought looked like someone that would be a devil. You feel me? So I help you out, Masquerade.
Illusion.
Yes, Emperor. One other question. When did you become aware of this picture?
Oh, and well, that showed too when I was, when I went through that situation with the dweller appearing to me. Okay. But it came back to my vision on the 6th last year when I would find out everything I could to find out on Agnes Sampson. And the more I found out, the more the fire brew, which made me keep looking. So who you gonna go explain to it? You've been around long enough in schools you've been through to know this is a personal journey and you got to go through it. So that's why you keep going through different things you go through in life. You know what I mean? It makes sense to you?
Makes sense. Gratitude.
See, because you can tell how much they lost in this story. But they said, what? Agnes Sampson was the oldest. See? The oldest. So how long she been here? So that tell you they got stories in the 13, 1200s, 1100s talking about this bloodline because they said she was the oldest. So by King James killing the oldest witch, he's supposed to inherit what? Their immortality. But they didn't because they can't get through no damn spells. It's a bloodline, right? You feel me? So you see that story, how that story go now?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Any more questions?
Yeah, I got one. Can you give us a little backdrop on the picture on why it lit your fire or helped light your fire?
Oh, because that's why they showed me when I seen the dweller.
Hmm.
They were trying to say the devil claimed my soul. Completely fear. You 7, 8 years old. Come on. And when I'm sick, going that fire lit, going there, and I say that as soon as I seen it, it scared me at first. Then I remember the last time I seen it is when I seen the dweller. And as soon as my mind went there, it's like click. You feel me?
Opened up for you. Copy that.
Just like clicked on. You feel me? So that must have been a fear they scared me into that day. That's why old head said, "What? Once you done lit it back up, they never going back out."
Back out, right?
So now you got to go. Now you got to take that what he just said, right? And now you got to go on that journey where you headed. See what I'm saying? You see how long that journey is? It's only a year old. Well, 578 days old. You feel me?
Right. Yeah, that's the next question I was going to ask.
You got all these folks trying to tell me which way to go, right? I say it's just 578 days old. Cool down, dog. Damn shoot. Come on.
Yeah, no, that was going to be my other question. Like, so how are you coping with growing into that knowledge and of who you are as the dweller part of you? Because it's always been there, but now you like super aware of it. You feel me? And you don't have those outside forces, attempting to scare you away. You can think for yourself now. You're not a kid no more.
I mean, so that's why I told you dojo. And that's you just slow down. You got to develop now with a small task with your ship. So you ain't got thousands you got to worry about. You got, and you open door down the road, let more on that's going to come in and do the job. You ain't got time for that's going to ride the ship. You feel me? So you got young princes that's getting ready to go through the training, dojo, you know, tennis, chess, you know, horseback, all that stuff. So you gonna go back through all them schools because you done did all that. And you was master, the one of the baddest when you came through and did all that. So now you got a chance to get to know yourself. You know how to talk to horses. You know what I'm saying? You know how to do all that a lot. But you lose that as you get older because you ain't as active as you was, this and that. That's why you have young ones at an older age so they keep you young. Or you go get a young wife, half your age, that can keep you young, you know. But you got to be able to feed and develop that, your energy. So that's going to help that fire, you know. Main thing is keep calm. Little things happen like that hurricane when you get angry or say certain things on the sun, you know, and you've been watching it over the last 578 days. So that's them little, you got a different, you know, so because the system is so programmed, you deprogrammed. So, but you still got to deal with a lot of individuals who ain't like you on your level and they carry your emotions somewhere and you ain't, so you got to get away from all that. So once all that happens, you know, you'll start that journey. That's even cutting all the hair off, mustache, everything. You know how we go. And go in, you feel me? So you can get to know. So you can get to know. And that's where I'm at now. Cool. Francis said, you gonna cut your beard? I said, of course. I let you take no pictures. You know what I'm saying? You gonna cut your hair? Of course. Gotta go bald. You gotta go do the
her little mind like, what is my daddy gonna look like? He cut all that.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta go through the chambers, you know what I'm saying? So that's cool. She get to see me like that. So that way. And then down the road, when I get to a certain level, I'll let it all go back. But that's about you gotta go through the chambers, as they say.
Copy that. Appreciate you, Protector. Thank you.
And those open, that traveling, that door's open. You feel me? So that's how I look at it. That makes sense to you?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
All right, what else we got?
All right.
You got a question YouTube from Queen Nefertiti Iona.
Okay.
According to the Gnostic text, the devil is Seth. Is this true?
I ain't got it. It don't matter to me. They all kneel to me. That's why I say they all kneel. Even the one that's locked up in they say in the Euphrates River, all of them kneel. That's why old head said, all of them kneel to you. Whether they were bad or good. That's why remember he said what? He said, I fight for the other side. I said, what's the fight, remember? So you got to look at it on that level. That's what's changing now, because they're like, what's the fight? The light where he come from made both kneel, the bad and the good. So that made the whole story what? Wrong. So I'm just going to my light. As far as all the names, that all these different masters, you say, came along and said this, Catholic Church said this, all that. Okay, that's good for their story. It's a story. As the old man said, like, you ain't seen it, how you know it's real, right?
True.
Right.
You got some beings that got trapped. If you go read the Solomon seal, Song of Solomon, you got some beings that got trapped in that rain that made the devil look bad.
Wow. Wow.
For real. You got the seven, what were the three sisters? Well, the three sisters, right?
Seven sisters, seven stars.
Seven sisters, right? Your seven sisters make the devil go take a nap.
Damn, she did.
So, you know what I'm saying? So you got to know these beings out here. Then they say, well, he's the devil. All right. Well, you got some beings to make the devil go on vacation. That help everybody out. Now, what's this question about this? Did that answer that lady question in chat? Come on, Kyle. Okay. All right, come on, let's go. If there ain't no more questions.
I don't see no more questions in the chat and no hands raised in the queue.
All right, next slide. What we got?
I got one more question, Protector.
I'm listening.
Based on what you just said, angels, demons, are these forms of, let's say, extraterrestrials, or demons and angels the same beings, just people judge them as good and bad? Or are they like...
Well, look at what they say about the, look what they say about the beings in Euphrates. They say the angels in Euphrates that was trapped to be released in this day and time to kill off, what they say, an eighth of mankind.
Right.
So you consider that a bad angel?
Well, that's because that's what I'm fathoming. Like, all right, so angels have temperaments, right? Angels come in good and bad. All right, cool. So what's a demon then? And do they come in good and bad? You feel me? You got demons helping build temples, and so that's why I had that question. Like,
they had to make you go,
Yeah, right.
Remember, I told you the greatest story ever told.
Yeah.
Biggest lie you ever heard. It constantly take you away from you. That makes sense to you.
That make a lot of sense.
So, regardless of who they is, you got to deal with them.
Facts.
When you go talk to the 7 sisters, they had no fear of whoever was in charge.
None.
So when old head said he had to go on the other side to let everybody know what? That the one that's here now, that opened up the gates, he said all must kneel. So you see what type beings on the other side that refuse to that point of kneeling. But they got to kneel here. Why? But the light he come from make your light cease to exist.
Right.
On whatever form you come. Make sense to me?
That make a lot of sense.
We good now?
Yeah, we straight. We straight. Thank you.
You got a hand raised in the queue?
Come on.
You got the floor?
Salam alaikum with magic. This is Brother Zahub. All the questions about supernatural beings, it raises something that I like to share. Maybe I get some clarity on. All right, back in 1997, 98, I had a particular experience that was weird to me, and I never got any clarity. I've always wanted to ask Chief, like the Thunderbird, being that it happened during his time, but I never got the opportunity. So I hope to get clarity. Honestly, I think I was maybe tripping, but this is what happened. I was walking home from Avenue J in East 13th Street, East 14th Street, New York. And if anyone knows how New York is set up like a grid, then you can get an idea. I was walking from Avenue J to Avenue P. Long story short, as I was walking, it's about midnight, and I was holding my soft covered holy tablets, and I was walking home because the trains weren't coming. But as I was walking home, I felt like this weird presence behind me, so I kept walking. But I noticed that it felt like all the street lights was getting dark. I call this when darkness followed me home because I didn't know what else to say about it. But I felt like this weird feeling like darkness kind of coming around me and like enclosing me. So I got a little scared. So I started to run. So I ran for like 2.5, 3 blocks. And after I started running, everything seemed fine and cool. So I kept walking home at night. So when I finally got to my house, I did the usual, took a shower thing, and I went to bed. Now, I usually at the time would read myself to sleep. So I happened to have I was laying on my stomach and reading. And as I was reading, I felt that same presence into my room. And I was scared, but I was laying on my stomach. But as I felt it behind me, and it had that same feeling like everything got really, really, really dark. I felt like it was surrounding me. So at that time, I was like, all right, turn around and see what's there. And I couldn't move. I couldn't turn around. I don't know if it was fear or what have you. Probably was fear. But I couldn't turn around and see what was there. So, you know, when I realized I couldn't turn around, I really couldn't move. I felt something weighted on me, like it felt like a weighted blanket. It wasn't like uncomfortable, but it's like I couldn't move. You know, like I was kind of looking out my peripheral trying to see what was there, and I couldn't turn around. So, you know, in my fear, I just figured I'm just gonna lay here and close my eyes and just wait, you know, to see if it goes away. But eventually it did fade away. It kind of just, I felt it kind of like travel across my back and go out patio, because my room was attached to the patio of my house at the time. And it faded out and went away, and everything felt normal. When I was finally able to move, I jumped up and looked out the patio. I didn't see anything at all, you know? And it just, I bring this up because it brought me to a question I may have asked you earlier about how did it feel when you saw the dweller? I know you claimed that you stated you saw, but I asked about the feeling because I wanted to know what was that? That was, you probably can't answer that, but I just figured I'd ask. I've always wanted to ask. I've been holding it, never asked, because it was just a weird experience. So I just figured I'd put it out there to see if anything could come. But
we call them walk-in.
Walk-in.
We call them walk-ins. What part of the city you in?
Well, it's happening. I'm in Savannah now, but this happened back when I was still living in Brooklyn. And I was
all right. That's why I say, what city were you in when it happened? See, you got
I was in Brooklyn.
You got a whole underworld up New York.
Okay.
You got a whole vampire underworld in New York, all cities. You got all types of spirits trapped. That's why you see, when I travel, you see certain chains around my ankles, because I went through them rituals or them ceremonies so that you can travel. So when you open yourself up sometime from what you're saying you did, a walk-in stepped in. So that's why you felt that presence. Because Hanks, we call, they only show up when they're gonna give you a message. If you can feel their presence, that's a walk-in.
You call them,
or we call them the outlaws that would come in and take over your whole existence. So you need to be careful on your dreams, or you should have got you some salt. That's why you got no stuff. You're supposed to got some fresh salt and sprinkle it over clean your house out and do some salt at your door so they can't cross.
At the time, I was living with my parents. So, you know, there was heavy.
Don't make a difference what it was.
But I wasn't. I was into.
You think I ain't give a damn who house it is? They don't. That's you and your contract. They don't give a damn about that. And so you open that damn door, they coming. And you got to look at when you pass graveyard sometime. And you got beings that don't know how to pass through graveyards or give an offering, or the 9 pennies, to keep them from. That's why you see certain gates around graveyard. I ever wonder why they gates or graveyards are closed in.
Well, they're keeping out.
Getting out, right?
So a lot of times when you walk through them graveyards, they attach themselves to you to get out that's why you got to know certain rituals or your ancestor traits. You know how to throw pennies behind your back so they can go chase them pennies, don't chase you. You get on out there, you feel me? So you got to look at all your travels. So you say, I'll walk with the whole tab. That don't mean nothing to me. Is that you done chant it or whatever and doing whatever to help sis, the chief, and you open up a chamber for them to get into you through emotions. That's how they get in, through the sex vibration. They walk right in, call them walk in. They call them out dogs. No, they call them what they call them, my buck ray.
Walk-ins.
Not walk in, they call them Tom. What do they call them?
We call them the hag.
Tom, what do you call them?
That's what we used to call them, hag.
Yeah, we call them hags in Brooklyn. We call them hags. My brother used to have one on him.
Like the witches riding your back, you mean? Like
he used to wake up with whelps all over his body.
Yeah, right.
See, I never went to sleep. That's the thing. It's like I was awake the whole time. I remember.
Oh yeah, that's why I said walk in.
You know, and when I
I
ran, it
got
was
people.
behind me.
I got people that tell me, told me, well, they can literally see the covers moving, but they can't see who's moving the covers.
Facts.
They can control. They got control of their body, but they
Right.
can't see the energy. So that's why we call it walk-in. And you know, so now help you out a little bit. We're gonna get off that with this call, but we'll get on that another day, all right?
Overstood. I will have your wisdom. I yield.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm all right.
But always remember that salt, okay?
I've been employing a lot of new things since that time because it's been years and years since then. 'Cause like I said, that happened
That's kind of stuff stay with you because you ain't closed up that loop. But anything like that, you always have to know how to put fresh salt around your house and around your door, keep them tight. They can't cross for certain things. I'm on you another. We get on that another day. But anyway, you good?
Yes, I am. Go ahead.
All right, cool. That's dance here. We finally made it January, y'all.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
All right. At this time, we have our first NAMA dynamic reader. Please introduce yourself and you have the floor.
Salam alaikum with magic, everyone. I am Nefertiti Tamuth Ma'at Ray. And this is the first slide, January 2022. Imperial and Imperial Royal Annals for the CMYE-IRKR, January 2nd, New Moon Sovereign Observance. January 6th, fire lit inside the dweller Emperor, never to go out after seeing the image of Agnes Sampson. January 6th, all hell broke loose at the U.S. Capitol in D.C., known as the January 6th riots. January 8th, Noble Drew Ali, peace and blessings be upon him, traveled to the earth plane in 1886. The 5th, Marquis de Maison Rouge, Crown Prince. January 10th, U.S. reports 1.34 million new COVID-19 infections, a global record, with Omicron variant accounting for an estimated 95% of reported cases. January 15th, underwater volcano Hunga Hapai erupts, spewing an ash plume of 20 kilometers into the atmosphere, causing a tsunami that covered Tonga, with shock waves being felt in New Zealand. Are there any questions?
On that 15 right there, that's what y'all got written and what they tell you about the GS and the news broadcast. But we got a program say that show you where you can see a missile hit that sucker and create that volcano. So we got that's worded that way. You know, it's an underwater volcano. But we got a video to show where you can see like a missile. Y'all remember that?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, y'all stay with me now. On this report here with this COVID thing, I told y'all once I come out, once I open up the gates, you're gonna see COVID disappear, right? So that's why they put that tent that show you how many infections it was. Then I told them I told them when I came out, all that stuff gonna cease to desist. Did y'all see it cease to desist?
Yeah.
That's
right.
correct, Emperor.
It did. It went away.
Correct.
And then you got 8, that's Drew Ali's Earth Day. So that was observed anyway. That's so that's the 5th Marquis. I told y'all, Crown Prince. So if you look at his picture here, you see that sash, that's royalty. You feel me? If you look at that tail on his hat, where that go back to, y'all? Where that bird live at? Where that bird come from?
Didn't you say the Yucatan?
That's what I was saying. What I always say. Then I just say the hurricane started where? In Yucatan. What's that fella there? That's on top of his head. So he let you know. See, so that's showing you that's 5th Marquis. That's that look. You feel me? Way more than a prophet look. All right, get that straight.
Right.
And then they got, that was the year before that the riots broke out. So that got to be 2021, got to be on here. Fire lit 2022 on me. Okay. All hell didn't break out on 2022. The Capitals. That was on 2021. Y'all remember?
Yes.
So let's get that straight. Come on. Anybody else?
You got hand raised and Q?
Come on.
Was your intentions to open up the gates of hell or break the curse, or was you just honoring your ancestors when you
I would free the soul. Because I tell you, I went there and she wasn't dead at the stake when they said. So that's what I knew. I had to go see
for yourself.
So that's why they traveled back in time and felt. When that you had to see, you had to feel. Seeing how she hid the cross that appeared to me under the door. Now, and finally realized when it came to me, it was what? Stuck on the door. I had to go back.
That sounds crazy.
That's why the peace, that's why they say whoever wear that piece is a royal bloodline, because they couldn't get that piece to clarify that they have sovereign royalty. That's why I say they stole it.
Right.
So I had to go back through all them, whatever, to feel it, to see it. And I knew she wasn't dead. That's why I can't tell y'all why. What's the point of putting you on the cross and burn your ass? You already dead, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the point?
Facts.
Literally, what's the point of burning you at the stake? You're already dead.
That's
the whole point of burning you at the stake to hear you holler, right?
Right. But the other half to that is the psychological effects it has on controlling the people.
Well, that person don't say nothing when they hot fire. What's the emotional effect? They just
right.
Remake your ass, you feel me?
Right.
So that was freeing the soul. So in freeing the soul, that came along with that whole thing. But I did it right. Psalm 91, Psalm 2. And then we added the one, Hear Thou and Understand, you remember? The fire that ain't never, that one ain't been around 30,000 years, you remember?
Right.
So whoever out there following us, they were like, where he get that one from?
Right.
Because you ain't heard that one 30,000 years, you feel me?
Oh.
And you didn't hear it the way I wrote it. Because I created one I wrote and it worked, you feel me?
Right.
And that was in that part of that saying. And then I ended it, remember?
Yes, you did end it.
And I called certain ancestors to bring them up to my seat, right?
Yep, bring them up to the
gave certain ones, I gave certain ones the opportunity to bring theirs up.
Yep.
Right. Right.
Told us if we
Still
took
on
it
this
serious.
ship,
Yeah, you told us if
still on this ship. That's still a contract, right?
Yes.
Right.
Now, if anybody wants who done fell off that shit, how their ancestors gonna feel, right? Can't wait. They get the hell, right?
Oh, that part, right?
Oh man, wow.
So you see, so that's your turning. So you bringing it in. So it ain't gonna look like everybody want to look at the beginning. So you got to grow into it. That makes sense to you.
That made a lot of sense, Detective. All right, and I got one more question for you. Could you explain the importance of Noble Drew Ali to the whole mission of the state?
The importance. He was the fifth marquee.
Okay.
That's why the point that on he created a doctrine called Islam, what they call it, Circle 7, they say. It's Islamism. To us. So, but the Circle 7 is the same book as Aquarian Age, Aquarian Gospel. It's just Allah and God, Jesus, Allah, all that's different, you feel me? But one is copyrighted in 1903, and the other is copyrighted in 1908 or 05, you see? So, it's one first, right?
Right.
So, you got to look at another level where you had a masses of people that was leaving an age of slavery, okay? And then not having nowhere to go. So he created, because he had internet back then, you feel me? So he created his own version of Islam. but it was never complete.
Right.
So they only got that charter, and then the characters who claim to have that light after him claim and set certain things up and say he said this and he said that. And look what mess you got now. You feel me? I came along as the 8th Marquis to finish up the 5th Marquis job because that's what I did. And I didn't need no religion to do it. You feel me?
Right. So that's to say that from the beginning, this is what it should have been, or was supposed to be, its own state.
Supposed to be, because he had a state. He had authority to create his own state. He demon son rule.
Right. And he never got the chance.
Not just creating a state back then because the mindset, just being able to live on the sovereign land without being touched. That's where the handshake I told you come in. But they look at a handshake through religion, you'll never get an even handshake.
Nah, not at all. Not at all.
That makes sense to you?
That make a lot of sense because the religion itself perpetuates slavery. It's like God was cool with slavery, shit. So yeah, you would never get a fair shake with that. And as a slave, it tells you to honor your master, which a lot of people do, but you know, it hinders you from ever looking for freedom.
Yeah, but it also puts you in a state of dumbness too.
Yeah.
To the point where you got somebody telling you you're gonna be judged and they didn't give you full disclosure.
The most ignorance.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, nah.
So they're gonna say you're going to help, you're going up to be judged one day by God, they say. But then you gotta ask God when you get there, so where you gonna give me full disclosure? Let me know when I was right and when I was wrong.
Right.
They ain't never gave you full disclosure.
Right.
They gave you 10 out of the 42 precepts of my act, and they made them commandments. You feel me?
Yes.
So right now, you stole something from another race, and then you come in and say, these are the 10 commandments that this guy named Musa or Moses went up into the CMYE-IRK. I think it was, right? No, CMYE-IRK for the flood. Where did he go? Mount Sinai, right?
Sinai,
right. And he came down because he said he spoke to a bush, a burning bush, which we know is what? A light bearer. So right there, what I tell you, he got initiated into what? The light, the lesser light. That's what they just told you.
Order of the light, lesser light. Okay.
Order of the lesser light.
Lesser light.
But you got to realize that they didn't know it was a lesser light until my light showed up.
Yeah, and I'm about to say at that time, they just knew it was the light. They didn't know it was a lesser light.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Which is crazy right there. Wow.
They're like, what they say, what you say? They ain't never seen your light.
No. You ain't been around that long, buddy.
That's why they say they're so angry. Why? Because they ain't never seen your light. They thought they had it all figured out. From on the other side of the veil to this side of the veil, and them talking to certain races outside your comprehension. They thought he had it figured out. And then you show up with a light they ain't never seen before.
So that means not just them never seen before, the other races ain't never seen it before.
Ain't never seen it before. That's why you see that ship come to the sun.
Right.
What you see it do?
The hell up out of there. He got the hell up out of there.
So why? So why? They see certain beings on there now they ain't never seen before.
Right. Right.
You got out of there.
Like, yo, them cats don't need no spacesuit.
No.
Who is these means on the sun first and foremost?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
First
and can rise as big as they want because they're in their pure energy.
Right. They energy. That's it.
Right.
But then, yeah.
That's why he said when I told you he stood in front of me between 8 and 10 feet tall, remember?
Right.
That pure energy.
It can
see like I can see it like I'm looking at it right now. I can see it. That's why I think you got going to visualization. So that's real.
Yeah,
that's good.
Oh, that's great. If I could use that this time, that's great. Whoa. Thank you.
Are we here better, huh?
Yes, buddy.
All right, where we at?
Got a question in the chat.
Come on.
Are there any other bloodlines or individuals that a Caucasian was or is still searching for like that of the H.E.M?
I don't understand what you mean. What are you talking about?
I'll read it again. Are there any other bloodlines or individuals that a Caucasian was or is still searching for like that of the H.E.M?
I mean, everything they've been doing, they're AI now. So they done searched and did everything. Far as H.E.M, royal bloodline, they have no clue. Until I let them know, until I finish doing what I'm doing. They have no clue. They were given the lesser light. You said it's what you say, or me is what I say, and how I'm gonna move. So that's what I've been growing into the last 578 days. And preparing for my 580 because I knew I couldn't move like I wanted to move or like I gotta move until you get your warrior. You gotta get your military, but you ran assembly first. And that's why I had to go through all them changes the old man said I had to go through. And now it made sense. That was you coming to your seat. So you finalize your seat, you get your warriors. So you come. And then you got authority on this side to activate the guard on behalf of the indigenous marshal, pure indigenous marshals. That's on this material side or the flash side. You got your divine beings on your other side. So now you're ready to dance. So you can come to your seat. So that makes sense, everybody?
Yes.
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 Got 3 hands raised in the queue.
Oh, come on. We don't get past January tonight. Come on.
We know.
We don't do that.
Come
How
on,
does
we're good.
it factor into our story?
Huh?
How does the January 6th factor into our story?
Oh, talking about 2021? It doesn't factor in our story, just the fact that it happened on a year later that they raided the Capitol for insurrection that everybody will always remember by, but the same day, the year later, 365 days later, the fire light inside of you. So is there a coincidence? Because it's on the 6th, could be. But 6 has always been the key. So they give you 6, 6, 6, so 3 scores, and all that about man. Well, 6 times 3 is 18, 1 plus 8 is 9. So that, so that's always been a key. And the lodge and all the sages kept it to the point where they put fear in you when you did it with the 6, 6, 6. As they were dealing with something evil, but it was also a key. So that's, I'm the key. So for it to light on the 6, okay, then 6 before that, a year later, all right, I become another 6. I'm cool with that because it was the key to get through. And I got through because I opened up the gates. If you don't look at it like that, that makes sense to you?
Makes sense.
You like that one?
Hot.
All right, come on, who next?
Your hand raised in the queue. Come on, you're next. Ellis, you join.
Oh, I am.
Yeah, what color does your light shine?
I didn't see so many different vibrations, brother. And it's so bright. You know, last time they showed to a couple months ago when I went there, just pure light. Actually, I told everybody, tears started running out my eyes because I said, y'all ain't never seen this light. So it ain't, I'm just gonna manifest, then you can see for yourself, right?
Thank you, Protector. I yield.
Yeah, Protector. How are you doing, Protector?
I'm better.
That's great. I'm doing great, Protector. Better and better.
There you go.
I feel privileged. I really do. I have a quick question to ask about the 6th and the 7th. Are you able to tell me who the 6th and the 7th Maison, yeah, LaRouge.
Demon, the Maison Rule.
Yeah, Maison Rouge, who the 6th and the 7th, who had the 6th and the 7th.
The seventh was Crown Prince Ramsey Abel Bey.
Oh.
The sixth is Marquise, not a Marquis. And that's the Empress Verdeasi. She was the sixth Marquise.
Would that have been Queen Empress Medici?
Huh?
Oh.
No, her picture's in here, Empress picture's in our slides, but she's the sixth Marquise. That's when it got switched over to Tunical. It moved from Turnal to Tunical. And Drew Ali being the fifth, remember his mother, her daddy was Turnal.
Yes.
See, so that's direct bloodline to the Louis XVII and Saint Sayil Aya Maria. Direct bloodline.
Yeah.
That's why when we went overseas, I think it was the UAE, one of them is the one who's the king over there, or the crown prince one, or the sultan, is the one who granted him that sash because he knew the bloodline, you see?
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of people know your history better than you, right?
Apparently so.
That's why I said you can go back there in the days in the 20s. You got to see how jealous them niggas were. You had this type of energy around you, and the only thing they was seeking is power and authority. Niggas, right? I mean, you go back and look at some of them boys, they went over thugs, man.
Wow.
With the feds on, like he is now, dirty Moors.
Dirty Moors. Okay.
All right, come on. I mean, I ain't gonna go there tonight.
No,
I might, I might, but I ain't want to go there right now.
Thank you, Protector. Tell it that. Are you? Thank you.
No more hands in the queue. No more questions in the chat.
All right, cool. Next slide.
Right. Imperial and Imperial Royal Annals for the CMYE-IRK continues for January 23 at 1:35 a.m. Aunt Peggy transition, peace and blessings be upon her, quote, cleared path. January 25th, talk of the, quote, coming Messiah, end quote, and planetary alignments, end quote. News media published an article heralding the coming of the, quote, Messiah. Astronomers say a supernova will light up skies in 2022. Rabbis say it will herald the coming of the Messiah, end quote. January 25th, a dust storm envelops the Arabian Sea, NASA Earth Observatory. A substantial dust storm enveloped the Arabian Sea. Plumes of desert dust affected populated areas around the basin, as winds carried the particles over Karachi and Mumbai. Numerous other cities experienced degraded air quality. The visible infrared image above was acquired by the Radometer Suite, VIRS, on the NOAA-NASA CMYE-NPP satellite. Are there any questions? Comments? Tector?
The hand raised.
Come on.
Protector, this is IMAC. Could you clarify and clear up for the listeners when we on the 23rd it stated, I quote, cleared path, end quote?
Say that again.
At one on it was at January 23 at 1:35 a.m. and Peggy transition, peace be on her.
Okay.
And you stated cleared path. You quoted cleared
path. on January 22nd, I put out, preferably, probably knows rather, for the 27, 28, 29 ceremony. Okay. So I put that out on the 22nd. So when you put out, remember, did you read it? You read what we did on the 27, 28, 29. You I called everybody out. You could.
Correct.
Yes.
I'm telling a de facto king, and he getting cursed to hell for what he did to my family. So you gotta see that energy you putting out there for the whole world, remember? So those who know, when you come out like that, death always appears. You feel me?
Correct.
So at 1:35 that morning, after we sent everything out on the 22nd, my mama's sister transcend on my earth, at my time. That's my number. So that let me know that's why her name got called to come back up, because she cleared the path. Because death always show up. So that's why it's like that. I help you out.
Yes. Thank you, Protector. I yield.
What else we got?
What head of the queue? Come on.
Salam alaikum, Magic. Still shout away. How's it going, Emperor?
I'm good. How you?
Better, better, and better.
There you go. Come on.
Yes. So on the 25th, on this timeline, you said the rabbi said it will herald the coming of quote Messiah, end quote. Now, rabbi from where?
Jewish.
Jewish.
Oh, in Jerusalem.
Israel?
Yeah, Israel.
Okay. Now, I did see that they so-called supposed to bring in a Messiah figure over there, they claimed, and they was having a certain ritual that was recorded.
But this was all this right here was going on last year on the 22nd.
Right.
Now the stuff you talking about with this new cat that's showing up on the scene claiming to be some type of healer,
right,
or some kind of biblical return. Well, that's going on now. This right here was dealing with them reading, all the planets is aligning in 22 that they say it was supposed to be happening in 41. You feel me?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So they were putting out the word about the coming of Messiah and everything, because of the whole universe or the solar system was aligning at a certain level that it can never be aligned again, because you got what's it called, that thing you look up in the sky and see the planets? Not a telescope, the solarium.
Oh, observatory? They got observatory?
They got solarium now.
Solarium, yeah.
So solarium, you can go look up and see how the planets and stars gonna line 100 years from now. You feel me? So when they went and did their research, they was talking about that was supposed to be happening 2021, 41, what do we say, 40, 41, 42 is happening in 2022.
Yeah, how long?
You see? So that's what this is in here for, because they was talking about this being in certain religious sects that's following that religion, was started saying that, the rapture and all that stuff was at hand and everything. And we watched all them get hyped up and act like they were going somewhere, and Jesus was coming, and Pentecost, all that stuff happened. We sat back and said, well, we talking to the royal family, So we wait to see who they talking about because we know it's a story. So everything that they were saying that this Messiah figure that they're waiting on was literally happening for me, and I was doing stuff during that time, and it's all written. You feel me? But they were still waiting on this invisible character that's supposed to come up and reveal itself and take their asses somewhere. So when that time came, when it was over, we started asking questions why they still here. Because you didn't get picked up, or you didn't, so they came up with another story, said we're gonna push it a little farther down in September, and that never transpired, you feel me? And they kept, and there's a lost cause. So we put this in here because it's dealing with certain things going on in the universe, and it's a tune into my mission, and it's happening within my 70 plus 7 weeks. You starting to feel me?
Yeah.
We good?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for the clarity. Yeah. Thank you.
No more hands raised, no more questions in the chat.
What we got? Any more on there? All right, let's go.
Greetings, Emperor.
All right, come on.
Greetings, Protector. Just a quick question in relation to what you said about the year 42 and the events of 42, but them events happened in 2022. Could you explain the reason for that, or would the reason be because we followed the new cycle of a Gregorian calendar opposed to a different time cycle that we was under before the introduction of the Gregorian calendar?
No, they wrote a story.
Oh.
The dates is wrong.
Oh.
So you gotta look at the whole. You gotta look at the whole Bible issue, even going down to the Quran, Islam. You gotta look at that whole system.
Oh.
All of them become obsolete because they got the date wrong. You see? Because see, that date's supposed to be in the 40. You came along, opened up the gates of hell, and broke a 30-year curse.
Oh.
Before, and so it started with you. So that made they got the date wrong. So if they got the date wrong, that made they got what? They got a story wrong, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense?
Understood. Overstood. Thank you, Emperor. Oh,
Good?
Yeah, very.
Come on. Who Nate?
No hands raised in the queue, no questions in the chat.
Next slide, come on.
Yeah, next slide.
Okay. January 2022 continues. Imperial and Imperial Royal Annals for this CMYE-IRK. The Absolute Royal Sovereign Emperor Samhu Amini Re, Adeloyi, opener of the Azure Gates of Hell. January 26th, a solemn ceremony was performed honoring His Imperial Majesty's ancestors. January 28th to the 29th, opening of the de jure gates of hell. January 28th, meteor BN2 was traveling between the moon and the earth.
Right.
Correct. January 28th to the 30th, Storm Malik and Carrie rips through Scotland with 147 miles per hour winds. January 29th, the Absolute Royal Sovereign Emperor's reign began. Any questions?
Got to be. Ah!
I got a question.
All right. What you got?
All right. Can you explain the uniqueness of this picture of you? I've never seen one like it before. with the feathers. Can't hear you at the moment.
You can't hear me?
Okay, now
I
we
mean,
can. Now we
I'm
can.
over here jamming. I'm over here jamming. So hold on.
I heard some ticking, but
Yeah, that's me jamming. Let me cut it down a little bit. Might have to put my earphones in. This picture right here, that's been taken when I was in Tampa, Florida. And I was going through some journeys. These are wands with crystals on it. These are wands that I'm standing there in front of peacock. You know what peacock mean, right?
Yeah, I was just going to ask if they were peacock feathers.
A peacock feather, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just one of an image that I took with certain jewelry on back then too. I'm looking at. So yeah, that was that picture.
Gratitude. And what does the peacock feather actually represent?
I don't know. You tell me. Y'all supposed to know this, all right? Come on.
School of the Feathered Bird.
Go ahead and say it again, Mark. Are you ready?
School of the Feathered Bird.
Y'all sure y'all satisfied with that?
A little more, please.
Yeah, a little more clarity.
She said, here, check the chat.
This bold bird is the personification of beauty and grace, and it teaches you to be courageous, respectful, and honest. Their appearance has inspired stories and tales, and ancient cultures reverence them as gifts from the gods. Revered. Sorry.
See? I ain't have to answer that, did I?
No.
Yeah.
Clarity. Thank you. I yield.
In the same chat, somebody has, what is the significance of the storm Malik landing in Scotland?
That's when I was in that transformation when I met the master. That's the storm that was going on. We didn't know about it till a week or two later, y'all. BBM3 listeners from Scotland sent in about the unnormal, unusual, unheard of that time of the year to have that type of storm when Malik was the name of the storm and it was up in the European Union area, but the tail of it was coming through Scotland. And at that night, at the same moment, when I was doing what I was doing and seeing, because remember I told you, I said I was standing in a whirlwind, but you could see the whirlwind, but I was standing there. So, you know, when I first went to the infinite flame of the dwellers and thrown in flower fire, when I arrived home, it was like the same feeling. I'm like, you can see yourself. So then you like ask yourself, like, where am I? You know, now this time I'm like, I'll make sure your ass real, you know. So I'm like, I'm in that mood again. So as I'm here and I see this wind. And I'm like, and then right in front of me, like I said, I told you like it was a log, like a fire, but it was down like this, head down. So as I'm checking myself, my attention instantly goes to this fire being that's bent completely down, and it's moving. So I'm watching it, and I'm standing there, and he raises up and stands right in front of me, and he kneels to me. I kneel to him, and then I seen these magnificent wings come out and just go down, and he just looked up at the sky with that noble look and just woof. And I sat there in the whirlwind, I can see all of a sudden these other fires wings, all circling in this whirlwind. I gave them that story. And then we found out there was a storm exactly the same time I was doing what I was doing over in Scotland, and the winds were running at 147 miles an hour right in the area where that old castle is. What's the name of that castle, y'all? Where they killed my grandma at, where the gates was. That's where I went.
Edinburgh.
What's the name of it?
Edinburgh.
Is that Edinburgh Castle?
Edinburgh Castle. All that was going on during that time. So that's why it's in here. What happened to the slide?
Is that? Oh, you got
No, the one before.
Gotta go back one. Yes.
Yeah. You know, so that's why it's in there, Malik. And to tell you about Kerry. So that's why it's in there, because it tied into everything that happened that night. But we found out like 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, right, y'all?
Yes.
That's correct. Right. That's right.
So that's why it's in there. And then we found out about this media on the 22nd. Because see, you didn't really get into it till after I talked to Homeboy. Once I talked to Homeboy, that we went back. Remember, that was 22 days after I did it. Okay? And then that boy, Putin, right? I get it right?
Yeah, right the first time.
Right the first time.
Right first time? Putin.
Yep.
That's when he started the war in 24. That was 6 days after I talked to old head, which was 20 days after I opened up the gates of hell. You see? So you see, so when I say they said they was told to come on this side to see you open up the gates of hell, who pulled the trigger? Russia. And called it what? What kind of operation you call it? That's going over in Ukraine. What do you call the operation? You ain't call it no war. You call it what? Military operation?
Military operation.
Interesting, right? Because see, I told you they got them on that side to go both ways too. So they had to come and find out who opened up the gates on this side. So you think my brother was on the one? Yeah, they had to go to them because they told them. So when they found out that the gates were here, next thing you know, you seen what happened. And it's still going on, ain't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody paying attention. You better keep up with me. Anybody better keep up with, right?
Yes.
That's right.
And Malik is the guardian. The Malik is the guardian over the gates of hell.
That's right. Tell them what it's saying. That's what I'm saying. Look at the name of the storm, y'all. Look what I said again, Bakar.
Malik is the guardian over the gates of hell. Going to the book of the Adafa.
So you say all this transpired and all of a sudden, see, that's why y'all gotta look at magic. Y'all be like, oh, unbelievable. Oh man, can't make that shit up. Oh man, damn. You said on any of your Salam Alaikum with who? Magic. And you just seen magic perform, because everything had to be in tune with the universe for everything to work. Naming of the storm, that time of year, the meaning of the storm, the gates opening in the disguise of what? Whirlwind. Magic. See, y'all done with the Harry Potter and all that, and all of a sudden they do magic, see a whirlwind or something to keep the regulars from seeing what's happening on the magical side. So you see this magic that's coming in Scotland to open up the gates, but it was hid in a what? In a whirlwind. Y'all didn't catch that, did you?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then you standing inside of the whirlwind, and then you seeing the beings doing what? And what do you say? Where do you think they went? They went to the sun. Exactly, right? Want to send them home and get ready for my time. Come on. What else we got?
They call that whirlwind Tethys in the books of Solomon. He was called Tethys.
Okay. Y'all got that?
Yes, Tethys,
Put it in the chat.
Book of Solomon.
The hand raised in the queue.
Salam alaikum with magic. It's only one. Who are these people that know this magic, who are naming these storms and know exactly what's going on?
That's true, brother. It was a storm that was named by them, not us. So in their media, whoever write that script over there in England and Scotland and Turkey and all that, they named that storm Malik. We just came in to fulfill something on the end of it that coincide by having the town that it is. And you open up the gates that day, you feel me? Everything had to be planned or imperfect, you feel me? You'll look at it, right?
Right.
Can I help you out?
Yes, I yield. Thank you.
No hands in the queue.
All right, so you say the 26th. The 26th, I say I did by myself. And then the 27th, I started with y'all. We say 28, so say slash. Because some of us know when the sun go down, it's a new day. And then some of us got the Jordanian counter who says a new day started at 12 o'clock. So it happened on 23rd hour. So to me, it's 28 according to them, but according to 9 to the universe, because you start a new day when the sun went down. That makes sense, everybody?
Yes.
Perfect sense.
It is.
Yes, it does.
Perfect.
Y'all got clarity on that now?
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
And you said on the 29th, that's the day my rain started. Then I said, what? I had to grow, or now I got to grow to my seat, which is 2 days away. You feel me? 580 days. We didn't know that. We didn't know open up the gates, you inherited 70 weeks. Now you know you got to sell more because of your status and who you were, who you are. Make sense to everybody?
Oh,
Makes
yeah.
sense.
Yes, it
Clarity.
does.
Yes.
All right, go to the next slide. Any more on that?
Okay. We are now in February 2022, the Imperial and Imperial Royal Annals for the CMYE-IRK colon. February 1st, new moon starts Aquarius, in parentheses, representing freedom, autonomy, our needs, with, in parentheses, with sun flares increasing. February 9, a geomagnetic storm takes out 40 Starlink satellites sitting in low Earth orbit. February 14, sun flares are rising as brilliant Venus and moon gather in the Beehive cluster. February 14, in and around this day, His-Imperial and Imperial Royal Majesty receives treasonous as of allegations from the de facto clan chief Black Hawk, aka Derek, quote, Homie Sanders L. February 15th, massive flare erupts on the sun, in parentheses, most epic, waxing gibbous, lunar phase, 98% illuminated. For 13 days, the young moon is in Leo. Any questions, comments?
Yes.
Hand in the chat.
Yes. What were the treasonous acts the de facto clan chief accused H.E.M of? Okay, I repeat. Can we repeat that?
All right, good.
Oh.
Good. All right, doing three things at one time. Listen. There's always been speculation about this de facto boy out in Georgia being an agent. Certain things went on with that old slinging paperwork with the housing book crap. Okay. We left it alone, stayed behind everything. But when I made that move in January, being out there on the wire, doing a Psalm of 91, Psalm 2, you ain't supposed to come in and change the Bible unless you get permission from the Catholic Church. But you able to come in and not just change the Bible, right away, you right, and it works. And the right they wrote, it don't work. So you got to realize, people that's been studying church that long, old head saints, whatever, that wakes all them up. Because they so fear that book, they even think about changing it. It's blasphemy. You got holy on the front of it. So you able to take some writings in a holy book and write it your way and call the deity you name, and it worked. That draws a lot of attention. So when I tell y'all, when you read my stuff, our stuff, you got to put yourself in that position as a judge, as a governor, as a president, as a pope, as a general. You got to be able to transcend yourself. Because that's who I'm talking to. I'm not talking to y'all. Or the basic citizen. I have nothing to talk to y'all about. You property of a de facto country. Corporation, excuse me. Council. Corporation. That's a vast estate. So when he came, with the way he came, because that was their last resort, that's when we knew he was an agent. The whole while. Because he could have came and talked to me plenty times. You feel me? He could have came on. I mean, I just talked to the guy at 17. Come on. You feel me? So we knew that was an agent move to where they thought he had my whole card. Not realizing that him trying to expose me, he exposed everybody. King Muhammad VI, the Pope, the de facto Queen of England, the de facto kings in Spain, all that. He exposed everybody. Why? Because my authority went higher than everybody. So it wasn't just asking him because he de facto, his authority don't go outside the governor of Georgia or the attorney general of Georgia. His authority don't go out there because he got a 30 number. He's working as a clan. non-resident alien. So he don't, so his ego thinking he got some type of sovereign government authority. No, you got sovereign authority over your clan members who worship your dumb ass, but you ain't got no sovereign authority to talk to me at all. And I separated myself, and it's impossible. How can you do that when we created it, or I created it? He said, how can he take what I created and turn it? It's called magic. Y'all call that name.
Yes.
So when he came like he came, it's trying to say my appointment, you got it, is not what? Lawful or legal. Because I got to get permission from him for that appointment. Make sense?
Makes sense.
Emperor, so you're saying it didn't have anything to do with you changing or rewriting some words. It was that you did this without his permission?
Yeah, because he called himself the Grand Chief. He thought I had it, that I was still under his jurisdiction. And like I explained to him in 17, bro, I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I left you 13, 14, that whole contract ended. I ain't never heard that, Khufu. What you mean? 10 years up, dog. Feel me?
He deserved to get his butt spanked. That was pretty.
So, but in exposing him, I exposed the president of the United States. I exposed King Mohammed. I exposed de facto queen over England. I exposed the Vatican. I exposed everybody. Why? Because I had to go get all of them to respond because it's a treasonous charge. That's by death in fire squad. You feel me? So you gonna come at me that way. So now I got to go above whatever level you went. So if you were around me during that time, you would notice I was at this level, and I rolled a little bit. Then I went to this level, and I rolled a little bit. Then I went to this level. It didn't just start out with no imperial dash moto proprio. Come on now, it grew to that level. Okay, because the more you got into the facts, the more you carried your authority went higher and higher and higher. That makes sense to you. Good? I had that number 14 out.
Yes.
Wow.
And right here on the 8th, y'all remember, we had that solar. Y'all got to realize, people don't realize we've been doing full moon readings, open calls all year, even though we took them all off because the change we coming through right now. But you remember we had a live full moon call on the 8th. That's when the sun dog showed up at Sunset Beach to let me know the mission. And all that energy out there. And the next day when that solar flare hit and knocked on them down satellites out there, remember?
Yes, sure did.
That's what you're talking about on that right here. New moon starts Aquarius, yeah. Represent freedom of time, okay. For some, they've been watching ever since I opened up the gates. Some further rising break. All right, behave cluster. Okay, I got that. We got them 5, 16, Bison, 13 days. Leo, master sun. You've been having all kind of most epic sun flurry, X's on. Everything been going on since I stepped on the scene. All right, come on, next slide. All right, what we got
February.
here? 16? Okay, cool. Come on.
February 22, 2022 continues. February 16th, the full moon sitting at 28 degrees of fixed fire sign Leo for 13 days, called the snow moon. The huge prominence emerged about 10 days prior, hovering over the sun's surface for about 2 days, then erupted, throwing a coronary mass ejection, CME. February 19th, The emperor spoke to the master elder, and it was revealed that 1,000,000 immortal souls are being released from hell a day, and 1,000,000 people are dying a day. February 24th, Russia began special operations in Ukraine, which developed into a major escalation of the Russo-Ukrainian conflict, which began in 2014. This happened 22 days after opening the gates of hell. Any questions?
Emperor, the first part of that, the full moon city at 28 degrees of Fet's fire sign Leo for 13 days. Why 13 days?
You on mute?
I mean, y'all talk to me. Y'all put this together. Come on. Put this in. 16, February 16th.
Read that question.
That was part of the celestial body rotation.
Can you repeat that again?
So that was part of the celestial body rotation. So as the emperor comes, there's a lot of things that's happening, you know what I'm saying, in the sky or whatever like that. So and that was just part of, you know, the prominence of the celestial bodies and the movements.
Universal observance.
Gratitude.
Yeah, that's great.
YouTube.
I yield.
YouTube part. Yes.
Next question. You.
We do have a hand raised.
I think the protector was saying something.
Yeah,
Can you,
that's me.
can you repeat that, Protector? Yeah, broken up.
I said, y'all clear it up. Y'all put it in there. So y'all clean 16 up.
I did. I let them know it was put in there because it was part of the celestial body rotation. It's part of the universe corresponding to you being here.
Okay. I remember you talking about it. Okay. I'm with you now. Come on.
I yield.
Y'all good? Everybody good on that one? Y'all sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, you on that one too. Thank you.
Say that again.
Yes, thank you for the clarity, Shajar.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the route we going, we're gonna end up having another call around the middle of September when that blue Phoenix, blue Katrina is at the highest peak of the sun. We're gonna have to finish these all because we ain't no way we're gonna finish 20 months. We just on February and the day the 29th.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Correct.
I mean, it's like, what time is it now? It's already 20:51, man. We've been on here 5 o'clock. We're supposed to be 3.5 hours because where we at? We got to finish February at least.
I believe that's the
end of February?
Yes, this is the last slide for
Okay,
February.
yeah, okay. We're gonna start on March to March. So we already got 4 hours in. We can close this out with some question and answer. You know.
All right. At this time, do we have
Oh, this is wrong. This is supposed to be the 18th. I spoke to him on the 18th. That date there, you said 19th. That's 18th. 22 days after 18. You got me? That's okay. We get it
We'll
straight.
we'll make the correction.
Let's go. Before I sign it in. And so John talked about got this straight, right?
Yes. Yes, he gave clarity.
Okay. And then 24, I told you, 22 days out the gate, right? No, not 22 days. Let me see, 28, 24, 26 days after. He started on 24, 28, let me see, 28, 29, 30, 31. And then 24, 27 days later. When he started the war, 24. Y'all got to straighten that out, okay?
Yes.
But I'm letting you know, all of them was on this side doing their best to figure out who opened up the gates. Next thing you know, you see this operation begin, right? Why? Because they already knew the gates was open. They ain't no need to hold them back no more, right?
Right.
No.
If the gates open, it's either now or never, right?
Correct.
And you see them going forward, right? The whole damn world going forward, ain't it?
Yes.
So everybody started to find out what? The gates of hell is open. Why the hell we still slaving to the United States for? Y'all ain't catch that yet. Y'all started catching on, right?
That was a good question.
Yes.
Red, all that started to pep up. Red started when you stepped on the scene, remember?
That's correct.
So you started to see they've been working behind the scenes the whole while. Now that this sovereign state country is actually emerging and is recognized at the UN Security Council and the United States State Department, and the emperor is a sovereign, well, what you holding back for now then? They can't talk about you, why? Because you ain't got out on the market yet, you feel me? But that's soon to change very soon, right?
Yes.
You think they talk about mega and that de facto want to be president for life, mobster, that brother? Nah, they gonna be talking about me. So you letting all that stuff burn out, you feel me? Because they know you coming on the scene. And you got the authority to activate what? Article 2, Section 4.
Which is?
Which means what? Which means what?
Full faith and credit.
But there you go. Constitution, Article 2, Section 4 says what? Dealing with the officer, seat of the president. And that office shall be held in good favor, in good faith. Anything against that office
shall be
treason and what else?
shall be removed from office on impeachment for.
So that make you got the authority to take the Mueller report unredacted and bring it into your court because you got authority to activate Article 2, Section 4. They don't.
Emperor, why would you do that if we have no?
They close down that whole office.
Close down.
Oh snap! Over my head. I yield.
The vast estate, right?
Yes, it is.
All right, then. Right. So if you coming on the scene, the Pope already tell you what's going on. It's gonna be a hard headache for them, but that's why they got 800 milligrams ibuprofen. You ain't got to worry about going to the liquor store. You know them shells gonna
It'll take more than 800 milligrams.
Yes, harder.
Morphine.
You gonna have a lot of them just say, "I just really die." Okay?
Just said that.
What it is. You have held that seat. The change is already here. Those who don't know, it ain't about being Caucasian, Nubian, yellow, red. It ain't about none of that. That's why they want you to play the game with you to get into this racist, crazy corporation status. Because the corporation can't think, it's a building. So you got these people crazy. But you got a real, live, sovereign state, republic with a country, treaty rights, constitutional rights, equity rights, and you're doing everything you want. Make sense?
Makes sense.
That's why y'all need around your neck, right?
That's
what we need.
There it is.
See? All right, we got a question in chat. What you got? Because I'm with Jim. It's my Earth Week. That's why I said I ain't gonna push this thing. I mean, you feel this? We ain't gonna go tomorrow and do what we do, and then we're gonna after tomorrow night we're gonna start the jam, and then Thursday we're gonna do our 3 hour, and we're gonna get as far down this thing we're gonna get, and then we'll schedule it 3 days in the middle of next month when that blue Kachina's in the top of the sky to finish this thing out. You feel me? I ain't got no problem. We make it work, right?
Yes.
Yes, we will.
As long as y'all learning, it might be no different. You feel me? All right, what do you got?
Great.
Okay. So the last question we have for this shadow hour is one that's in the chat. Who are the millions?
Watch your mic.
Who are the
Come on.
millions of immortal souls? Are they ancient beings who have passed away in the past? Are there any past before
Oh
you
no, these are
began
immortal.
a part
No,
of
these
the
all
immortal
immortal.
beings?
These immortal, all immortal. The Grand Assembly. It's the H.E.M Pure and Pure Royal Grand Assembly that's been around since time. When I was standing there, for all you saying the souls, well, that's why I'm here now, straighten that out. You feel me? So it's just you had to come to an ending point where the de facto madness had to come to a halt because it can't go no farther in the universe. It can't mix. So you're looking at the soul, the immortal beings, and immortal. So, like I told you earlier, months ago, they can go back and forth like I can. So I can't see them wanting to go through death where you go into the unknown, where they can just leave that body and go into another. You feel me? So, octons, that's what you call. You got these type energies that can get into your system and take over your whole mind. That's going on right now in the world as we speak. They've been around since Toph. Toph got a emerald tabs around 30,000 years. They've been around that long. Let's give you that story. And then some of them what we call walk-in. But they can walk right in your system, take over you. That's a walk-in, right? They started calling Auton, we call them, but then you got the beings that we call trap. Then you got them beings that's all black. They'll just show up when you in a tight situation. Might show up until you go scare you from going that way and you go another way. Some call them ancestors, this and that, but these are beings that depends on who you is on this level and who you is, what you brought back with you. Now, if you try to read a book, couple books, went through different orders, studied on different masters you call, and got to a certain level of conscious to you, but have you manifest anything from that outside of knowledge? You know what I'm saying? So to be able to really free yourself, to me, well, that's why I had to get to the point to pay myself. Because I couldn't become a complete deity over my being if I got to ask somebody else for an egg. You feel me? So that's why we came and turned the cart, made the horse pull the cart. Been called everything under the sun, over the sun, north side, east side of the sun, where I've been called everything. It hasn't shown y'all that don't let it touch you. It has no meaning. Because look what I was able to do. When I came through Georgia, dealing with this lottery win, this attorney said, you got a whole case on defamation of character that was coming out of the Attorney General's office of Georgia, or how much they disliked me or hated me for what I've done for my own salvation. That's how much they put out there, you know. And she said, you heard it. She told about you for 4.5 hours, and not one thing had anything to do with your lottery case. You got some kind of state or something? See, I ain't gonna say nothing. See, that's how, because you stepped out away from them. So you can call me anything you want. It makes me no difference. It has no meaning. It hasn't stopped my journey in any way, form, fashion, or the elders from sending me my messages or giving me things to do when I do them. Ain't nothing. That's why I say none of that stuff here work. It only gonna bar you down to condemn you further down through the fire as you know who you is now. See, so it's all a lot of them stories. That's why I said in our reading, we say know thyself. So that's the journey they're going on now, to learn how to learn themselves. And part of learning itself is health. Okay, then wealth. So they gotta get healthy to get wealthy. You feel me? So that's why you bounce, that's why you got a small team. And you coming out, exposed, letting everybody know you're on the scene moving. And like I said, if we see sincerity in the questions that you ask or send for an interview or whatever you want to talk to me on the level, the gates is always gonna be, you gotta stop and ship. But if they close now, as I said, well, we got to clean up, they gotta do. But if you got talent and you hear my call, you see my light, you already know how to get in contact. See, so that's how we're rolling. Until they shine my light around the world. And once they shine my light around the world in a couple months, everybody gonna see me. Once everybody see me, they try to tear your doors down. In every country. That's always been prophesied is gonna happen. I'm just growing to that level. So this is where we at right now. And now it starts 58 number 3, which I said I come to my seat. So I came to my seat on 29 last year, 28, 29. And I said, now I have done everything, or what they call passed the tests, unbeknown to me, because I just live. But I did everything and it came through and it came perfect to where you coming out on your Earth Day and your appointment on your Earth Day, and you got all this excitement going on around you. So it's like, you, as they say, perfect, whole, complete. But I'm gonna be me. And so I got this ship and we rolling it. So, you feel it. That's why I say you know how to get in contact. I ain't begging nobody to do nothing. So I'm moving with you or without you. So that in that question for you in this call? We good?
Yes, much clarity.
We good.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's close this one out tonight. Start on March tomorrow. And then we let's do it tomorrow. Start March tomorrow. Start on March and April, May, June. We get going. But they getting enough. We getting enough. Y'all learning?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Always.
Oh yeah.
Always.
Indeed.
Always.
Every day and every way. Better and better.
Yes.
All right. So yesterday's tape get cleaned up. So we got a hit. So we're gonna get that off. So whoever stepped on here tonight or wonder what happened to the last night, we're gonna be back up. But this is for the night. And we had 28 up once we clear that little violation we created for ourselves. I ain't gonna blame them, blame us, okay? So I can keep my fire calm. So we got 28, 29, we're gonna do 30. And then after the 30, we're gonna have a jam session. And then we're gonna come back on and finish up this thing for this 4-day celebration. And then whatever month we on there, we'll create a flyer and we'll get it set up for somewhere around that next point of contact with the Katina coming in. That makes sense to everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Number 3.
Yes.
58 number 3 to me. Happy birthday to me. That's it. You good? That's why I say we good. Everybody cool?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Very cool.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
We
What
are
about
good.
you? 58 number 3.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cha cha cha.
You know it. All right, so
Gotcha.
I yield so y'all can close it, and I'll see y'all at 12 tomorrow noon, right?
Yes. Correct.
All right.
Yes.
Appreciate it, Emperor.
More than welcome.
Gratitude.
You're welcome.
Peace and
Gratitude.
Thank you, Protector. Gratitude.
All right. That was very informative. Great read. All right. So in closing, we would like to thank the universal traveler, dweller, the absolute royal dash sovereign, full colon space H.E.M. full colon space emperor full colon space Sam Hu Amini dash Ray quote Ade Lo Yi end quote, and we would like to thank her dash imperial royal princess full colon space Princess Huhaika Samson dash L semicolon. Also, all our imperial dynamic Nama nationals for their questions, those working behind the scenes, and our viewing audience for their attendance and presentations. Please mark your calendars for tomorrow, 30 August 2023, same time, 1700 or 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for the continuation of the 70+7 week prophecy of H.E.M. all caps apostrophe S journey, as well as celebrate Crown Day H.E.M. all caps apostrophe S arrival to his seat and solar return parentheses quote third 58 end quote close parentheses period. With that, we say salam malikum with magic, and may the dweller be with you, divine beings.
Peace.
Salam alaikum with magic.
Peace.
Peace.
With magic.